Good morning, everybody. Good morning, Gherk. Good morning, Pickles. Good morning, Bulls. Good morning, impending ball crisis. Ding ding. A little bit to the upside, 55 here. Hmm. How significant do you think those put walls are? I mean, the ones at 48.15? Not very. Is AI above risk now? I don't know. Oop, I don't think so. No, not at all. I think it slid slightly above the mid PT, but it's definitely not above risk. Yeah, risk is at 2807. Did gap up a little bit this morning, which may not be a good sign with the bounce on Friday, but we'll see. Still below delta neutral, I believe. We've got calls all the way up to 48.65, resistance at 55 and 60. Well, like another month has gone by, and I'm still not fabulously wealthy from VXX ADCs. Understandable. Good luck and happy SPX MOASS Day. Thank you so much, Popcorn. Are you proud of your we're going to open at 48.50 prediction you made on the quant prediction chart? I think I predicted an open at 48.50 both on the bull and bear side. It's a little weird how close SPXWGM is. What's a little weird is right now we're $10 above Vega neutral. It's going to make it really tough to sell puts and buy calls. Tesla's got kind of a shit open. Fubo's opening up 3%. Beyond down. Upstart. Up. Up 8%. Well, I did say it looked like it might run a bit. There it goes. Looks like we're going all the way to 65. If we broke above 65, well, yeah, then I'd be interested. Yeah, 65 is kind of the end of the calls there. Interesting. Hmm. Not seeing a lot of buying above 65 yet. Volatility's picking up. Let's tentatively grab a put here. All right. Where's the secret top? Good question. I would say if we were to get one, it'd be around 48.75, but right now there's not enough volume there yet. So probably drop, then maybe we get a little bounce at some point. Maybe we like retest the 53, bounce back up, and then push for 75 on repositioning. True or more true? Is this because Jim Cramer predicted a pullback? I believe it was on the 16th, no? The day before the market bounced. Gap fill put, not fill put. Gap test put. Yeah, gap test put, not gap fill put. Don't you think we would reject at SPXW GM? That's still pretty far out of the money, and there's really not a lot of call interest to the upside there. Sorry, I think I have hiccups. Even on longer term time frames, after 65, call interest kind of falls off. There's a little bit at 75, and then a pretty steep drop into 4,900. Gross interest, yeah, mostly just zero DTs at 60 and 65. Still a liquidity problem. And remember, above 48.50, you're selling, like, any sold puts are selling the dealer long puts. True or more true? Is this because Jim Cramer predicted a pullback? Put time at 48.65. That's where I tried to get mine. I think I made a mistake when I loaded up on NVIDIA 500p weeklies. That seems like a possibility. SPXW GM is 48.7167 based on your pickles picks, though. Is it 71? I thought it was higher than that. Oh, it is 48. Sorry. I think I misread it as like 47.81. But yeah, 48.71. We still haven't tested that yet. Not that we have to or anything. I hope you had a good weekend. I'm looking like patience before a drop today, this week. What do you mean? Like it could take a while? It might not. I mean, there's a bunch of call interest up here, but it's mostly zero GT. I'm starting to be quite happy with my Logitech pick from a while ago. I was just early back then. Okay. If we touch 48.80 today, go max short, 2-day pullback. I bought a couple NVIDIA. Didn't you say we were going to crash last week? I bought a couple of NVIDIA 1K calls for March at 16 because who the heck really knows when it stops? What would have taken to convince you in October that NVIDIA was going to hit 600 by Feb? Oh, by October, I would have believed it. If you told me that last February, you would have had to have drugged me first. I still remember when 4,200 was a hard ceiling on SPX. I miss those days. We all do. Opening end of month debit spreads 48.30, 47.50 between 47.65, 47.70 here. 48.65, 48.70. I assume you mean? Okay. That doesn't seem that bad. If I pick and choose my theoretical entry and exit dates, then I've been early on every stock I've ever played wrong. Beautifully put, Trash. I've seen your portfolio. That's phenomenal. But the real savings is in the throat gold. And yes, I read about it. That's on Pfizer. Might be a little undervalued, although their pipeline doesn't look great right now. Not really, not really my space. Might start to see some accumulation. I would want to probably see it trade between like 28 and 32 a bit longer, and actually build up some interest at these levels. Ooh, come on, momentum. Gork went down. That's what we're trying to do right here. Although it's frankly not looking great. Still willing to take a loss. Hmm. That's kind of a clusterfuck. Let's support at 60. Damn it. Gonna have to wait. How likely are we to fill that gap today? There's some chance just because there's so little support under 48.60. A little bit of support built up at 48.50, but not a lot. If we lost 50, I'd say we'd fill the whole thing. But we can still test 65 to 68 with the interest that's here on the chain. Beyond borrow rate jumped 10%. That's not bullish, though. That means they're shorting it, right? Might be running out of liquidity, but they're still shorting it. So now that we're all-time highs and there's no resistances above us, shouldn't we just rocket to infinity? I don't know. I feel like 48.65 is quickly becoming a resistance. Thoughts on lame Fisker? It's really heavily shorted, but I don't know how they get out of their debt problem or make money. It's short interest on Bowl. It's like 90 something percent. Also, share buyback thoughts could be interesting. Depends on how much of their float they can buy back. Hmm. New high. Let's see here. I don't necessarily not trust this to keep pushing up. A little bit of resistance on the upside there. Okay. Nvidia's at 0.85 today. Meta up 1%. Amazon down. AMD down. Google up. Tesla up. What's Apple doing? Apple's up. IWM up 180 BPS so far. A little bit more breadth in today's rally. IQ and SPX are kind of neck and neck. Oil moved back up this morning. Dixie's flat. All right, let's see what we have for data. Anything else today? I don't think we have much. I think we have a let's see, 3 and 6 months auctions today. Oh, the Conference Board leading economic index in 7 minutes. That might be somewhat impactful. It's still all the interest at 60, 65. Looks like there's a decent amount of call buying still. Maybe 70. Not a lot of calls there though. The momentum here is still pretty flat to stable, so no turnaround just yet. I'm trying to catch early if this is just going to turn into a day where we just grind straight up. Right now, I would say there's enough support at 65, 60 that we're probably not going to fall very hard. And even if we do fall below 60, we'll probably snap back up to it like we did here. If we were to break 50 to the downside, that might see a gap fill. I made $60 today. Zillionaire paid for, lunch paid for. Have a good day. Later, Newport, new me. Congratulations. My one tiny spy put has been bought to prevent me from over leveraging. Here's hoping your bear prediction comes true. Bear prediction? There's no bear prediction unless this breaks down. Let's be really clear. I'm not bearish unless we lose 4,800 today. Do you see calls building up yet? There's a slow trickle out of the money, but mostly not 48.70, and so that kind of still leaves that as a bit of a resistance. And there's also some profit taking. So overall, like the total delta built to the call side is pretty flat right now. I don't like that. No, no, no. Uh-uh. What do you think about Chinese stocks near the bottom or uninvestable? A little bit of both right now, but they will be investable at some point. It depends. Do you want to try to buy them early and get them cheap, or pay a little more for them and wait till you have some confidence in their economy? It's a tough decision. Not gonna lie. GM at 48.71. Yeah, but it's just the weekly GM. We can break above it. Meme stocks are having a good morning. It's not too bad. The fucking Upstart's up 15% now. The firm up 12. Even GME is running a little bit, 4%. Beyond turned around. Interesting. Still no covering there yet, though. Upstart's definitely seeing covering. GME's even getting a little bit. What the fuck is going on with that? Hold on. It's super laggy. I just lost $60. The wife is leaving, and now my kids won't talk to me. Thanks, Gherk. No problem, man. Congratulations. We're free, man. Finally. How high could Upstart go? You want to chase it? 47? Like another $10? QQQ is a little bit more volatile. Still not a shift in momentum. I'm not really sure we see one until we fall below 60. Straddles win again? I hope so, because I just got stopped out of the upside. And if it fucking rockets from here, I'm going to be pissed. It's been 30 minutes, and nobody's mentioned DWAC. Yeah, I usually don't. People just lose money on that stupid fucking stock. Rarely see BKNG move opposite the market, especially this much. How much? What the fuck is using up all my RAM? Just trading view. Just trading view being a little fucking bitch. Piece of shit. You're live on Centaurs only. Damn. Booking's getting smashed. I mean, AMD is way above Gamma Max. I'm not surprised it's pulling back a little. I still probably wouldn't want to fucking short it. Maybe if it falls below like GN or something, but it's still really far from there. I'm not even sure if it's back under Gamma Max yet. Gamma Max is at 160. WeBull desktop's laggy as fuck for me also. Oh, okay. At least I'm not alone. Can you please short us below 4,800? I wish. Do you think breadth can expand and support the market. If we stay this high for a while, yes, it's possible. Although breadth is kind of falling back a little bit right now, which is a good sign. It's still largely propped up by circle jerkers and zero GTEs, but nothing stop them from propping it up with zero GTEs before, right? Uh, so if they short vol again here, we're gonna retest the 68. How are they selling so many fucking puts above Vega neutral with no effect? It's gonna get fucked up, right? Yeah, this can't last. Hmm. You think breath will eventually extend? I think I'm in love with BTU. It's pretty awesome. It's starting to look like Freg's day for the market. No. Definitely not yet. Do you think today is chop, or are we looking for a break up, break down? If we can hold above 48.50, it'll probably be really choppy. There's not a ton of upside liquidity, and bulls run into that problem where they can't really sell puts above 48.48. So yeah, I would say the upside range is pretty choppy, and then if we were to lose 50, there's a bit of a ramp down to like the lower 4800 range. Although the longer we're up here, the less of a ramp there's gonna be, right? How much lower can Zom go? Crude start turning around a bit today. Yeah, not a ton. Next resistance is at 92. One second. Hmm. All right. Are they trying to sell puts? Not a lot of them. A little bit. You know, actually, I will say today has not had a lot of put selling. Is Beyond looking numsy? It doesn't look like they're covering just yet, but it's starting to. Above $8, it gets a lot more bullish because of where the put walls are. But if it doesn't break $8 here, right, then they've just covered a bunch of liquidity and they can short it back down. I know the borrow rate went up on it today. So liquidity's most likely an issue. They don't like to turn to the lending pool unless they have to, right? So that's a little bit of a tell. But I'd probably want to see it higher to confirm anything. What's crushing VIX one day? Who the fuck looks at VIX one day? Probably call selling. Call selling at 4,900 and well above 48.75 to 4,900. I don't think we're getting too much call selling at the money. Not yet. I trade GME options based on VIX one day. Are you getting back into AMKBY for XDiv? I still have 25,000 shares. But beyond that now. Why does Zim get so much trading activity despite that being one of the worst performing shippers financially? Um, Meme stalkers like their fat dividend because they don't realize they have to pay Israeli taxes on it. Upstart's already having OPEX ups today. Why do you need to wait for tomorrow? That's up like 12%. Uh, Existing surprisingly flat at these levels. What's QQQ doing? Hmm. Still no shift in momentum here. Just gotta fucking hold this put all day and it's never gonna drop. Hmm. It's not really enough of a drop in momentum yet. Still nothing on the 15. Any supportive positioning coming in on the broader chain? Not much. Yeah, there's a distinct lack of support here. Like, as far as in the money calls go, it's mostly just 48.25 and 50. I think even, yeah, I would check with the CPA, but I'm pretty sure that you still have to pay foreign taxes in a tax deferred account. I think they're just deducted from the dividend when you receive it as a U.S. citizen. All of the like fintech shit's ripping. Affirm, Carvana, Upstart. Who's benefiting from us being this high now? They can't sell more puts, and VIX isn't being crushed. Probably people selling theta. They're definitely the prime beneficiaries, right? Equity holders, yeah. How long will it take crypto bros to realize ETFs are going to drain the value of BTC and the industry as a whole? 5 years? We don't just need to drop more to get call interest. We need real buyers. You can't. This is like when you hit Vega neutral. That's where the pump ends, right? Because you can't keep selling puts and buying 0 DTE calls. 1 second. Where was I? This fucking chop is super annoying. Oh, there's some put selling. Some bull's gonna get greedy and fuck this up, I hope. They're gonna sell a big batch of puts and flip the MM's hedge. Who's exercising spy calls right now? People who are fucking 25% in the money. How about them? Hmm. I mean, yes and no, popcorn. There's both. The raw is 48, 49. So we're still above it. Hold on. I'm sorry. I need to grab something real fast. All right, I'm back. That's the one on the weekly chain. Yeah, all dips get bought. We're way above GN right now. That was so weird. So I ate like this granola this morning, and I had a splinter in my like gum. It was like a wood splinter. It wasn't even a small one. Who? That's the good fiber? Were there raisins in your granola? Apricots. Did you put a banana in your ass? It usually fixes those kinds of things. I didn't know that. Thank you. Thank you for that. What a life hack. Yeah. Stop eating lumber. You're wealthy enough to buy granola without the wood chips. That's the thing. It's pretty expensive granola. Yeah, quality control ain't what it used to be, apparently. Wood granola is gluten free. Yeah, it is. Quaker? It wasn't Quaker. It's like some hippie brand from Maine. See? Was it artisanal granola? I don't know. Check DM. What's up, Dork? When crash? What the fuck did you buy? Oh, Jesus Christ. I think I know. That's very concerning. Hmm. Cost basis lower than thou. Let's see how long that lasts. But wait, I've made 70 cents a share selling covered calls. Oh, holy shit, money. Cool. Fuck you, Shill. What the fuck is this? Dork, Fidelity can't figure out my cost basis. Look at the fucking bottom line. Oh god damn it. That bounce. That was actually a pretty good fill. They're buying the dip. So the MM is, but if we lose 55, we're going to go down even more. Settled cash is garbage. Okay, how best to handle that? Dude, Tesla dropped right back down. Apple's still pushing up into 95. Hmm. I bought that. Okay. Okay. A little bit of a gap up here. Hmm. Momentum's kind of starting to fall off on the longer time frames, but still not a turnaround yet. I think the chances of filling the gap have improved a bit. That's on the BOJ rate decision tonight. I expect them to push out their decision. I don't think they're gonna like surprise everybody and go to a positive rate. They could, but I highly doubt it. I need to check this. Okay. If they do the expected, will we see banks start to lean into the carry trade more? I believe so, yes. Especially if they're pretty forthright about a timeline. So, if the rumors end up being substantiated that they're going to wait until April before making a decision, then yeah, we absolutely could see banks lean into the carry trade. Generally, banks leaning into the carry trade doesn't mean pumpies. It can initially, but it tightens financial conditions. How much more to get out of PDT land? Well, if SPX drops to 4,600 by the end of the month, I'll be out of it. Otherwise, a lot. I hate it when I'm responsible and set stops and get stopped out right before the move I was betting on happens every time. Uh, so better entries will solve that, and slightly, probably slightly wider stops. Oh god, that's illiquid as fuck. What did I want to look at? Oh. So I think RSP still pulling back. So I think if we continue to see equal weight and small caps decline, we got a little bit better chance here. Tech's actually falling behind the indexes, so or falling behind ES rather. Sorry, trying to look at something. QQQ now at 24 BPS. SPY up 35. So the only thing supporting SPY right now is equal weight and I guess a little bit oil. Although I don't see a lot of improvement in oil stock. I have PTSD from losing money. Well, I mean, you're still limiting the amount of money you can lose, but you're uh, expanding your risk a little bit so that you don't get stopped out. Otherwise, you're just paying the opportunity cost every time you get stopped out without ever getting a chance at making the reward that you took the risk for in the first place. T, strong and resilient. Yeah, it is. You gonna play Netflix earnings? Probably not. Okay. Momentum's it's getting a little bit more bearish. Yeah, a little bit. Careful, remember, all of these dips are going to be bought. So even if we fill the gap, it's very likely that we can bounce right back up. We have to lose some pretty key levels to keep dropping. Like, we'd have to lose 50. We'd have to lose 50 and then 25 in order to keep the bear train rolling. And we'd probably still have to lose 4,800 before end of day to really mark any kind of true reversal. Well, 48.18. We'd have to lose 48.18 to mark a reversal on by the end of the day. But this is the key test here at 50. If we can lose that, then we can probably fill most of the gap. Tesla losing all of its key levels today. Yeah, bounced up, retested delta neutral, and then just got fucking stomped. Did you say lose 48.25? Well, that would be the target on a downside move. Well, at least the first target for to mark a continuation of a downside move. You don't think we see that today? I'm assuming. I'm not gonna put my eggs in the basket. I mean, I have my like put legs from the straddle. But I'm not gonna like buy a lot of puts and into that. I mean, the range is still very bullish. You can put your eggs in my basket. Thanks, Renzer. What was the top of the gap? Well, we already kind of closed some of the top of the gap, but it was at 48.53, 42. The bottom of the gap is at 48.39.83. VIX 14 would be cool. Yeah, tech's falling. Tech's almost red on the day. No, NQ. NQ's almost red on the day. Dollars at even. That was the leading economic index. Still negative. -1. It wasn't even that bearish. Do you have anything important tomorrow? Red Book? Yeah. 2-year note auction. That could be interesting. Yellen's going to have to come in and destroy the American economy at some point. What are bulls looking for to reverse this? Doesn't look like they're trying to. At least not yet. We've got the MM still buying the drop. But below 48.50, there's not a lot of bullish support, so I would say that they need to hold this level. Otherwise, they're going to have to let it slip probably quite a bit further. There's still some call interest to the downside, kind of all the way down to 48.20, but it's much weaker. Did you just upgrade VIX to a price target of 69 and downgraded CERN to a price target of 0, Popcorn? You know CERN's not a company anymore, right? There's no bearish positioning coming in. Any downside we get is due to in the money capitulation or out of the money capitulation on the call side. Maybe some short call selling, but that's probably about the most we're going to see as far as bears go until we move down much further. Breaking news: Popcorn Financial initiates VIX as a buy. Is there a meme OPEX continuation potential for tomorrow? Yeah. Yeah. Tomorrow's T2, so well, the beginning of T2. I bought like 5 upstart calls at open because I was like, oh, let's see if it runs, and now I'm just pissed. So below 50 downs, over 55 chop. Yeah. Below 50 some downs, but not necessarily a lot of them. There's just not a lot of call side support if we lose that level. I figured this morning, so the reason I thought we were going to gap up today and open a little higher is that, all of those Jan leaps that are in the money, right? And you have to assume it's quite a lot of them given how much, like, let's just say the mag 7, right? Given how much the mag 7 are up, there's probably a shitload of in the money Jan leaps, right? And those are going to get exercised, which I figured was going to drive some pre-market buying and early morning buying. I think as those as the buying to satisfy those exercises falls off into the day and people exercise and sell, that momentum will kind of shift. Then it's a question of how much do they sell? Do they pile back into like single stock delta and start refilling those chains, or do they take profit after a year of holding, or maybe even 2? I got in my 48.50 earlier with $100 of profit. Nice. Dan Ives is gonna buy the fuck out of this dip. Just him and Tom Lee. Can we bounce up? We could grind back up to like 65. I will say some of the 65 interest is, kind of falling off. We're probably seeing more calls being sold there than bought. There's more than 46 likes. There's 173. Okay, what the fuck, people? Really? Everyone fucking waiting till their puts print before they like the stream. Dicks. In TFMA, Murphy talks about price patterns on much longer timescales. If shorter timeframes become more common due to instantaneous transmission of market data, partially, yes. Although I will say longer timeframes are still by far the most reliable as far as technical analysis goes. There's other things, right? Faster settlement, much faster settlement. Far more leverage in the system than there was historically. Remember that when that was written, it was, you know, prior to like Glass-Steagall being repealed and stuff. So the amount of total leverage in the system is moved up exponentially since then. Disliking for engagement, trash. When post more on X, when was I not keeping you engaged enough? I'm sorry. I'm not good at that. I'm trying. JFresh is trying to show me the way of just repeating the thing I say over and over and over again to gain more traction. But I don't know. I'd almost rather do anything else. What's Hang Sen's next stop on this pain train? I don't know. People last night were upset that once again they didn't lower rates on the 1 in 5 year lending facilities. It doesn't appear that China's going to step in with all that much QE outside of the housing sector and the, I think, like 1 trillion yuan promised for the industrial sector. They're probably not going to do a lot of quantitative easing. I mean, their debt to GDP ratio is nuts already. and honestly, it's healthiest for their economy to experience an extended downturn in the long run. And the U.S.'s unwillingness to do that is probably going to fuck us in the economic arms race. But who cares? There's a guy on X that just posts himself eating in the shower crabs, hoagies, tacos. You just wash the crumbs down the drain like a Neanderthal? That's disgusting. Ugh. I'm really bothered by someone eating in the shower. Have you ever seen that guy that cooks food in hotel rooms with hair dryers and stuff? No. God, I hate the internet sometimes. It's really just the downfall of civilization. It saves you a ton of money on napkins, though. Not worth it. Making money to recover is way tougher than making money for the sake of it. Up 6% on the day, though. Well, that's not too bad. Starting to lose 50 a little bit, so this point seems pretty important. Delta's total delta's still falling off, so some still profit taking on in the money calls. They're not gonna get crimed out of those SXP stops. Just close them manually. Uh, yeah, probably not. I just don't. I'm not gonna be paying attention to them, so it's probably best I keep a stop there. What's the next resistance before SPX below 48.50? The next big one is 48.25. See, Lily, crimed. Right when you told me I wasn't gonna get crimed, instantly crimed. Oh, you're telling me I was gonna get crimed. What's the next resistance for SPX below 40? Oh, okay, I already answered that. Hmm. Maybe a small bounce here. Yeah, I think we get a small bounce off of this. Possibly back to like 60. You mentioned chopping up here for an extended period before dropping below 4,800 is bullish. How long would you consider an extended period? A couple days. Yeah. If we're not back below 4,800 by Wednesday, it's pretty likely that we're gonna get a continuation of the upside. Like if this is gonna reverse, it needs to kind of do it quickly. You shouldn't. I don't think so. I don't know. Call your broker, and they might do it based off of settled. What's Top doing today? Just getting hammered. Ooh, interesting. It's selling it? No. Hmm. Feb 16. $2 calls. 17 cents. Neat. Oh, what's CrowdStrike doing today? 297. Fucking stupid gap up. Buy a lot of puts for me, Pickle. Thanks. I don't know if that's the best idea right now. If we break 55, the VIA is upon us. 60, but yeah. 55 is a good start to that. Okay, so crowd opened higher. It's down. I wonder if I should close the short put on that. Total positions down 3. Tesla's up. What's Tesla doing? Tesla still looks like shit. Curious. So now, yeah, it's still a little bit longer before momentum turns down again. Checked again. What do you got? Ooh. What strike is that? Oh, that's just because the spread. Hard to fucking XRT bounce today. 1%. Are you playing the bounce? No. Not really. Puts at 48.60. Well, this could still reject off of 55. 55 offers up some resistance. 60, not so much. If we test 60, we're probably gonna break higher than 60, like back up to 65. I missed the top explanation. Is that a good time for long? It's kind of cheap right now. I don't know if there's ever a good time to go long on it, but it's definitely below $2. I am long on it. Yeah, I have Febs right now. I don't know if it's going to be enough time. Trying to see if this is going to reject at 55 or not. Pretty decent volume. So take a look at futures. Interesting. So futures bounced off 48.75. Futures is still technically in a diamond top. This SPX still technically is too. No, within a margin of error. But Apple frustrates me. Analysts frustrates the mess out of me. Like, how and why and just that's it. Well, dude, didn't you hear they're selling people a $5,000 MacBook that you can strap to your face? Is breaking ES 85 important? Yeah. Yeah, I would say it is. Breaking to the upside of it is, but we can run into resistance again. All right, this is starting to push up. It's just grinding, so I would say that we probably got a pretty good chance of breaking up to the 60 level now. Yeah, 58, 60. Just not a lot of range on these. MacBook you can strap to your face, so Facebook? Oh shit. Wait, were the previous gens of MacBooks not supposed to be strapped to my face? The Vision Pro cannot run Netflix and YouTube, so even more bullish on the new product. That's amazing. Apple iFace, like an iPhone, but on your face. Yeah. Stotch RSI was duct taped to the ceiling for the last 15 minutes. They should have called it Apple Eyeballs. Missed marketing opportunity, I suppose. I'm actually legitimately bullish on the future of Vision Pro, even though it's just a MacBook strapped to your face. Hit me with it. Why? Do you think the price point's gonna come down? Please remember that this is an Apple product. I think it's just the next natural step in personal computing. Okay. So not specifically the Apple Vision Pro, but VR and augmented reality. Have you heard the term glass hole for glass users? No. Eyeballs isn't going to go any better. His bull case is average people are facing down 62% debt to income ratio to buy an average house. So they're saying fuck it and buying shit like a MacBook you strap to your face. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, he's not wrong. Also, stocks and options. They can release an upgraded version, the Apple Vision Pro Max. It'll be $8,000. I remember when Zune was the future of music consumption. No, it wasn't. Even when the Zune came out, it wasn't the future of anything. Imagine physically dodging a stop loss hunt in VR. Oh, that sounds terrible. Maybe I'd get a lot more exercise trading futures, though. Was Spotify before Spotify? I mean, it wasn't, but it did try. I'm confident Fidelity is working on an advanced augmented AR ATP for fast and reactive trading. I mean, I just want to trade with Minority Report monitors, right? Like, I want to just like physically pick up my order and move it. That'd be cool as shit. But I'm gonna be old before that ever happens. Beat Saber 2, beat the market makers. This is how I lose hundreds of thousands of dollars in seconds. The Apple Vision Pro. I just want a single reminder that the market's closed, but here we are. Well, I mean, bulls are trying to squeeze out that last little bit of juice up at 60, 65, right? So far they're having a hard time getting past this 55 resistance, but you're a supportive flow, Cobra. Apple Vision Pro comes with margin and level 4 options application. Brought to you by Goldman Sachs. If you don't pay your Apple card, we don't care. So hypothetically, when would you cut your 47, 4600p? Or are you diamond holding them? I really hope they hit. I mean, I do too, but it's not looking good. I got to hedge off most of the loss on them. So that was cool. If my puts print today, I'll have hedged off all the loss on them. Greg's gonna be more bummed about breaking his face strap book. Instead of the 250k, he just lost because his goggles interpreted his gestures as full port beyond weeklies. Can you yell, here's the top, or looks like we're gonna fail? So I know when to sell my SPX calls. Thanks. Yeah, at this range, I mean, we're still at the 55 level, so it hasn't broken up. You should probably have some sort of downside protection. It may continue to break up, but momentum is really weak on like the upside part of this move, and then like specifically the way things are positioned, this move is probably going to reverse down to a new lower low. Even if we do get the test of 60, so be careful with that, because if we lose 55 again, that's probably the end of the upside momentum. Do you guys understand how support and resistance look or work? I feel like this is a concept that's really hard for people to grasp because most people think kind of linearly. Resistance and support are not a fixed line in the sand, right? Like, we draw lines to represent them, but this is, in actuality, this is not how they work, right? Support and resistances represent an area where there is either a lot of opposing interest, or a concentration of positioning, right? But like, say we have a resistance here at 55. The resistance is not gone at 56, nor is it gone at 54, right? Even 53 and 52, 57 and 58 are all part of this resistance, right? It works kind of like a gravity well, right? Imagine it's a black hole or a large celestial body. And the large celestial body sits squarely on the 55, right? Big planet. As price action attempts to pull away from the gravitational pull of this giant planet, sometimes it gets sucked back in. Now, while 55 might represent the point at which the gravitational pull of that level is strongest, it does not represent the entire resistance support area. Imagine it's a super complicated astrophysics concept that's way harder to comprehend than just stonks. Okay. Have you ever tried to crawl out of the middle of a trampoline that's a little too loose? A universal experience, I'm sure. I don't know what else. Getting out of a pool? Only no meatballs? Son of a bitch. More like a waterbed? Okay. Yeah, a bed that's too soft. Oh, that could work. Explain this in pufferfish terms, or I'm out. How does one explain something to a pufferfish? I frequently hear things like, "Oh, we've broken that resistance, but we're already above it." Stuff like that. It's, I'm not gonna pick anyone out or single you out. You already know who you are, and you're dumb. But no, at 56, we have not broken the 55 resistance, right? We really don't break the 55 resistance until we reach the next celestial body at 60. And even then, sometimes this one is larger, right? So like we have a really big planet, big gravity. Here, this is a Jupiter at 50, right? And then, moving away from that, we have, like Mars and then like Uranus at 60, right? This still has an effect. Like the gravitational pull of this is still an effect when you hit even 60. And this I mean that effect is what causes mean reversion in markets. Shouldn't have said Uranus. I chose it intentionally. I wasn't going to say Uranus like an asshole. The kind of people that say Uranus are the same kind of people that got rid of Pluto as a planet. Wind warp drive, that's gaps. That's different. Price action ceases to exist on the current fabric of space-time and then reappears somewhere else like a wormhole. What if Mercury is in retrograde? Well, then we're fucked. Yeah, bull market. If you're a bull, bear market. If you're a bear, bull market. Morgan Freeman stream. I did that already. The Morgan Freeman voice wasn't as well done as David Attenborough. VIX falling into Jupiter. Yeah, but we're above Vega neutral. So they're just pumping mass into the prior resistance. All right, no more, no more space metaphors for you guys. Above Vega neutral, same like throwing sold puts into a black hole. If a black hole could attain more mass, then yes. Do they grow? I guess. Okay, imagine a puffer fish in orbit around the sun, inflated or deflated. It's dead at the end. Joshy boy gets it. The meatball has left the sauce and is being pulled into the black hole. The meatball is kind of on a shelf above the pan, right? So meatball's here. Here, I'll use brown. This is a bit of a different analogy. But the meatball is here. And this is a shelf. Put a little bracket there. And then the pan full of sauce is kind of down here. Right, that's our saucepan. Now, if something were to push the meatball off of the shelf, it would rapidly go into the sauce. But it's protected from the gravitational pull of the pan by the supporting shelf. Not with that bracket. It's a weak bracket. Hold on one second. All right. What if the gravity well is actually a wormhole and we end up at 4,600 on the other side? That would be a market crash. I think if the market ever gaps down, you know, like 8%, that's probably not good. SAX 5,000 this year seems low. Try 7 to 8 at least. Okay, I'm not even entertaining that. It must be nice to be a tech reviewer every once in a while. Someone sent me this $3,500 hunk of junk at no cost to me. It's fine. Are you telling me that I should start reviewing tech items? Like tech gadgets? Jade rollers. So CHOP is just geosynchronous orbit? Yes. It would appear they're not getting the 4860 test. That's why I said if you have a call, set stops, because this doesn't have to keep going up. I remember saying it. $47.55p never filled. I'm sorry to hear that. You'd be great at it, thanks. But I was reading an article about the Vision Pro and just thinking of this goof silently looking around his empty apartment. Some say that a small teapot is quietly orbiting the 4,900 resistance. It's okay. Thank you, Trash. Is this your way of telling me that you bought 4,900 zero GTEs? Is it possible for someone to eat the meatball? No, it's not ready yet. It's interesting to see all the homeless people outside of the abandoned commercial real estate. People without a building, next to a building without people. Right? What a great country we have. Although I will say in New York, many of the homeless people are taking advantage and simply moving into the empty building. Someone once told me, oh, no, you don't. Do you plan to close your 126 Tesla bear put spread before earnings or just hedge it? I'd like to close it before earnings, although I'd also like it to be profitable. So, Russell's teapot joke, but I shouldn't expect you to be cultured at this point. It's true. Yeah, you really shouldn't. Although maybe now I'm more insulted. Hmm. Is my theory of relative gravity surrounding support and resistances empirically unfalsifiable? Goddamn physicists. Market-wide halt. Same like meatball getting eaten. Same like meatball removed briefly. Do squatters' rights apply to people in commercial real estate? No, because you're going against like zoning laws by trying to live there, right? I found a great property on Long Island. There's a security guard that sits on the porch most days. I just sneak around him when he's not looking. I remember we are going to average down your top calls. Are you going to take advantage of this drop on top? I don't know. Maybe. Not today. Remember the good old days when someone would point out that SPX is making an inverse intraday cup and handle? That's not what that's not what that's called. You didn't take dark matter into account. Prove that it's real. It's an edgy atheist joke. It's not that deep. And I was lying. You're cultured like fresh yogurt, my man. Thanks, trash. What about what? Have you guys eaten Go-Gurt as an adult? Honestly, don't lie to me. I made several great physics jokes around stonks, and you avoided them all because you know my insights are being written down by Ken Griffin, aka Wirt. I don't know why he doesn't just change his name to Ken Griffin. Like, we already know it's him, you know? Every time a meme stock moves up 30 cents, he's in that Discord channel saying it's the one stock. It's pretty obvious at this point. I have kids? Yes. Okay. Do you agree with the DOE analysis for demand increasingly outplacing supply over the next few years for gas, for nat gas? Maybe. So yes. Yes, because I have a kid, so they're in the house. Okay. I became lactose intolerant as an adult, so no. I'm having a go-go squeeze. Write me out. The family pack in the fridge of cotton candy and strawberry banana. At what point in the yogurt buying process did you see cotton candy on the label and you were like, that's the kind of healthy food I want my kid to have? I had a business idea, curry in a hurry, like Go-Gurt, but curry. No, like drinking my yogurt with pulp. Is that when you like let a moldy crust form on top and then just mix it in? He's a hero. Why do we hate him? We don't. I don't. What's the countdown till price action, Gherk? What do you think I am? Some like market seer? I can just tell you to the minute when the markets are gonna move. Well, I don't have kids, so joke's on you. All right, fair enough. We freeze some in the summer and tell the kids it's ice cream. All right. I wonder why they don't make like adult sized toddler meals. You know how toddlers have like it'll be like mac and cheese and veggies, like all mixed together, right? Because who gives a shit what they eat? But it'll be in like a Slurpee pouch, and it's got like a little nipple on top and like a twist cap. Why don't they have these for adults? I mean, obviously the bag would be a lot bigger, but chunky yogurt's the best kind. You're thinking of brie. I haven't had the fucking. I don't think it's called that in America, but yeah, I've not had that. Yes, Nat Gas. Girk, I'm trying to ask you a serious question. You're just answering questions about yogurt and Ken Griffin. I need to find new YouTube influencers. Oh yeah, because they're gonna give you a better answer. I don't think that there's a current risk of natural gas demand exceeding supply, but as we convert more and more coal power plants to nat gas, then demand is likely to rise in the future. Not in Germany. They've gone full revisionist and moved from nat gas back to coal. Um, so remember that that's always an option. We could also have breakthroughs in solar or more public acceptance of nuclear energy. Both of those could reduce that demand that's projected into the future. But let's say we all do a bunch of stupid things that are inherently against our interest as a species and just stay the course. Then yeah, I could see the DOE being correct. Some bodybuilders make chicken smoothies to get their protein down when they can't eat any more food. That's when you're supposed to stop eating. Never mind. Turkey and stuffing with cranberry sauce squeeze pouch. Somehow chunky yogurt joke was fine, but drinking mac and cheese from a nip is turning my stomach. I like to know that that's where you draw the line, trash. What about a concrete tool with a very special berry jelly, maybe served with a goose feather? Oh, Squamps, you really gotta stay away from the parking lot berries, man. They're gonna cause long-term liver and brain damage. The best thing about Germany is the Greens approved that. Yeah, no problem, Edwin. And if you ever threaten to leave me for another YouTuber, me and you are done. You understand? I don't care how well you can figure out the bio, whatever it is you do, biodiversity in a given ecosystem. I bought on the wrong side of the resistance. I had a filet mignon and roasted garlic mashed potato smoothie over the weekend. It was amazing. Is your jaw broken? Is there an argument for a new high on SPX today? Sure. We've done one of those already, but you're asking if we could get another, I assume. Momentum's still to the downside, but it's weak. Uh, it's gonna pick up some steam into the latter half of today. And then I guess we'll see where that takes us. Maybe a little more tomorrow, though. Yeah, it tends to not really shift too much on the intraday, so. Close enough, man. Let's be fair. No one's leaving this place. It's the Hotel California. I hate the Eagles. There are two types of greens: dark greens, who are more anti technology and anti modern life than pro environment, and bright greens, who are pro using tech to improve the environment. Oh, okay. And they're both in a recession because Germany's economy is fucked. Had a double fillet of fish? Why not just have two fillet of fish? Do you like USO or DVN better? I have both, but more USO. Well, they're different. So that's the answer. I mean, USO is basically direct exposure, right? To what is it? Light crude. DVN's kind of split between nat gas and oil. A little more on the oil side, but a lot of nat gas exposure. I want to find things to obsess over. Thanks for indulging me, you guys. No problem, Squamsk. It's always good to have the parking lot Barry talk at least once a day. If you need an intervention, let us know. I'll send trash over to scare away the geese. I learned Maersk loses containers sometimes due to bad weather or whatever, and they fall overboard. They offer bounties if you can retrieve them. Sometimes you can just keep whatever you find. So you want to be a like an ocean scrapper. Just magnet fishing in the Pacific. Whoa, don't put me up to that, man. I have a -2 to intimidation rolls. That's what Germany gets for prioritizing licorice shoes and wooden candies or whatever over GDP. Germany's never prioritized anything over GDP. Oh my god. Japan does have squeeze bottles for adults. Apparently, this was taking the snack world by storm in June 9th of 2005. Aloe yogurt? What the fuck is aloe drinkable ice coolish? God, I need to get into some Japanese advertising. I feel like I'd be great in commercials for Japan. Like a younger but less talented Jack Black. Do Japan's squeeze bottles contain women's underwear? No, but if you labeled the product as such, it might sell. Don't put yourself down. I bet Jack Black is not a stock god. Fair. You could be the next Tommy Lee Jones. Good luck. Jack Black is nice to people. That's overrated. I have a business proposition for you. I'm all ears. I toured a sake brewery up in Hyde Park this weekend. I hate everything about that first sentence. The whole place was so Japanese, it was wild. The place was so clean and orderly. Maybe because they make something people drink. I feel like most breweries are pretty clean. Have you been in a lot of dirty breweries? If so, have you then sampled their products? A Japanese company also released a colorless, flavorless candy because life is pointless. Can't argue that. If you had Matt Berry's voice over artist talent, I'd probably try to mate with you through the screen. Thanks, Edwin. That's the nicest thing you've ever said to me after you insulted me by telling me you were going to leave for another YouTuber. It's the underwear thing in a squeezable pouch. We can sell them in vending machines and have cute anime girls on the packaging. Doesn't even need to have. What if we just say it's underwear flavor and it's really just like what's that yeast stuff that vegans sprinkle on things for umami flavor? Nutritional yeast. Yeah. Vegan dust. I don't like where this is going. Well, I want to note that I didn't bring it here, but I'm willing to go as far as it takes. I've eaten it and it does not taste like women's underwear. Do you really think that the women's underwear yogurt buying crowd are the most discerning? It was beyond clean. The workers are like in sync with each other. I'm confident that they're androids. Oh, God. Hear me out. Nutritional yeast, MSG, powdered mushrooms. Too much. Mix that into some water or something. Otherwise, you're just going to get overwhelmed. I wonder what I'll be Googling at work today. Gherk's Shark Tank does not discriminate. It only provides feedback on the ideas themselves. Exactly. I see the red candle, Richie. It took long enough. I'm telling you, sell dehydrated water. Just add water. Wait, don't they already do that? They sell dehydrated lemonade and tea and Kool-Aid. Yes, because they probably bought expensive pre-worn underwear off the internet. We gotta get them their fix for cheap. What if we just have like somebody at the factory, like just I don't know. Oh my god, remember that bakery that we found that baked bread with vaginal yeast? Same thing, but yogurt. That's the solution. Why does Gherk break down? Does this breakdown have the juice to test 40? It'd like to, but it doesn't have a lot of juice. And the juice it has is running out. So, yeah. It's going to need to get a lot of volume, probably on the futures side. I'd say if we could see futures slip 75, there's a chance. There's a chance we see 48.60. Genius? Thanks. Just dip the underwear in a mix of nutritional yeast and salt water and let them suck on it. This is why I'm Shadow Man, isn't it? I was only half listening, but no, that's not the solution to anything. I could find a customer. Is Squamsk in trouble? It's why I daydream so much. Also, I can hold them off much longer. I have the high ground on this picnic bench, but my arms are getting tired from swinging this lunchbox. Trash Dan, if you can hear me. Trash Dan's like a duck version of Falcor from the Neverending Story, except not large and no scales. It's moments like this I can never have the stream on speakers in my office. Always headphones. I mean, I don't see why we've stigmatized talking about vaginal yeast. It's a real thing, okay? Grow up. I can't lie, if the anime girl was hot enough, I'd buy it. Boom. And we've already sold one unit. My housekeeper hates you. Mixed plate on a nip. What if we team up with Elon to feed the full dinner from an animatronic nip? Interesting. But why do you need a robot to squeeze the pouch for you? Like, what are you doing with your hands? Never mind. Don't answer. Pre-orders open now. Is Squamps just Kendro, but with a PG filter? Yeah, yeah. The people that do buy it will buy more than one. X Empire is on the hook for 50 alone. That's why we sell it at Costco. Squamsk is so much more. He almost reminds me of Freg. Like the beautiful chaos that comes out of Squamsk's mouth is almost, it's almost as absurdly delightful as Freg. He's a close second. I make loud smacky sounds when I eat. I can take some heat. Yes, you can. Otherwise, if you couldn't, you would have gotten out of the kitchen. That's the best thing you've ever said to anyone in here. It might be. Yeah. Puns on deck. Wait, did I make a pun? I did. I did make a pun. My yogurt was ruined, and I hate you all. How was it ruined? It's not like we put vaginal yeast in your yogurt. Unless you've already hit up the link in Trash Dan's bio. Oh boy, I hope we test 4857 again. That'd be exciting. No pulp? Sorry to hear it. If there were a bidet in every household, what percent of yeast infection would decline? That's not... No. I don't think those two things are related. I love going to the bathroom, and in the 2 minutes I was gone, my option went from $100 profitable back to red again. Okay, BOFH. Let's cover something here, because I think it's important. Why the fuck are you going to the bathroom without a trading platform? Do you see me going to the bathroom? Ever? No. Why? Because I hate trading on my phone. Get your bowels and bladder in order, okay? Step 1 to being an excellent trader. I don't have a catheter. It's spelled with a T. Could go to the bathroom was behind the OnlyFans paywall. You stream live from the bathroom. Don't tell anyone. Ooh, my Amazon order is here. 1 second. Kirk has the Herman Miller Deluxe Bucket Share Edition. No, I just go to the bathroom in the morning like an adult. Then I'm good for the day. Did the dancing pickle you ordered in 2022 finally arrive? No, that got canceled. They kept shipping it to me over and over again, and I never got it. I don't know. I bought a, well, accidentally. Um, I feel like I've seen this yogurt at Whole Foods or Wegmans. Probably, yeah. We're really working on the branding. You mean when you go AFK for 5 to 10 minutes, you're not dropping a log and then getting some bidet time in? My perception of you is forever altered. No, usually like getting a snack or something. You said you were on the toilet when you bought AMC. Yeah, I bought it in the pre-market. Pre-market's for bathroom trading. I know what he's talking about, Surface Smurf. Plot twist, there's never any actual liquid in Gherk's cups, and the food he slurps is just petroleum jelly. No input, no output. Delta neutral. Nutritious powder you mix into water like liquid IV, but marketed as goth girl bathwater. Hmm. Can we sell it as like a testosterone supplement? We could call it Big T Goth GF. Carl would buy so much. Gasoline is super calorie dense, so I just take a sip every 6 hours. Mmm. Benzene's so delicious. Do you know what slugging is? It's a legit beauty treatment of slathering petroleum jelly on your face before bed. That's fucking disgusting. Okay, to be honest, that one might actually work. Yeah. The poops are not great though. From what? From the gasoline? Spicy, I'd imagine. Plutonium is more energy dense. Oh Jesus Christ. No, I bought a small train to go with my Legos for my desk toys. Tiny train. No, it's not powered at all. Although I did think it would be. It's just you just kind of push it. It helps me tone down the autism. The manual does not actually say how many chuggas. Benzene is less than 0.75% by volume in gas. That's still enough to kill you. Send it back? Well, I suppose I could. I want to set up a straddle. Is now a decent time? Why are you asking me this on a day where the market's trading pretty much flat? You guys just made me Google the caloric content of gasoline. Yeah, but then you can make a sweet GIF of you like chugging gas like that guy in the Bleach video. You joke about autism, but have you actually been tested? Speaking as someone who is actually diagnosed, yeah, I have been. I went through a battery of psychological exams when I was a young lad. Maybe it's called queef yogurt. Oh, squabs. Stop, stop, stop. Tell us you passed your tests. I did. Were you a naughty boy causing problems when you were young? No, I was in a weird cult-like gifted program that the city of New York had for several years before ever modifying it, built off of the antiquated psychological practices of a moron. And it required, part of it was extensive like ADHD and autism testing alongside IQ testing. I didn't graduate from college when I was 4. It's ridiculous. All of which was ultimately a big waste of time. Hmm. I'm trying to see if this is going to bounce more. Give me a second. Uh, Still no out of the money buying here. So are people buying back sold calls? Maybe. Yeah, we might be. So on the bounce, it looks like we saw a little bit of a buyback of sold calls. But not a lot of put buying, not a lot of out of the money call buying either. So nothing to really kickstart momentum. Still a shitload of call interest at 48.60. That hasn't really gone anywhere. Xavier School for Gifted Youngsters? No. I wish. It'd be so cool to be an X-Man. Kirk was the youngest graduate in the history of Harvard. Nope. No, it wasn't Supa. It was Anderson. I think Supa was also developed by the same guy, but that was outside of the city, like the city school districts. Happy Monday, Greg. I have a migraine, but I made money today. Nice, dude. If you're an X-Men, would you use your powers for good or evil? Just chaos. You don't have to pick. Chaotic good, maybe. Sometimes you seem unrelatable with success and money, but here you are just playing with a train like the rest of us. Exactly. Just an everyman. I'll wear my blue shirt tomorrow. I am wearing a blue shirt. Look at look at me. What's this about a train? About a small train. Other things I have on my desk right now: all-purpose cleaner, a bag of goldfish that I haven't opened in a year and a half, a 2-day old, 1-day old Caesar salad. Should probably go in the trash. Um, that's about it. I have a wine key. Some eye drops. I don't have a box of Kleenex. I don't like blowing my nose on tissues. I just use paper towels. They're less dusty. It doesn't make any sense. You're sneezing, and then you pick up a thin piece of paper covered in dust and rub it all over your nose. Which Thomas character is that? It's Scruff. He cut squares of 50K Egyptian cotton sheets for tissues. Paper towels would rip your nose off. No, they're Bounty. They're the quicker picker upper. I don't care if we break up and I lose all my money. Just do something. I'm surprised you don't have a nose bidet. You mean a neti pot? Yeah. No. The studies behind nasal irrigation are inconclusive. And it's just too close to chiropractics to make me comfortable. I have a rubber ducky, and I made a house on the saw that the ducky lives in. That's really cool, man. Also, risk of brain-eating amoeba. Yeah, that too. Although, public water supply should be chlorinated. Unless you're filling your neti pot in the local pond water. Shouldn't be that big of a concern. Confirm that your salt lamps and jade rollers keep you from having nasal issues. I mean, they just reduce the inflation that causes those issues. Inflammation. Sorry. Finance brain. There was a study in the early pandemic that showed nasal irrigation could reduce the frequency of severe illness and hospitalization. Yeah, there was also a study that proved smoking and vaping did the same. It was almost like just pushing any kind of external thing through your nose could help reduce the infection through physical remediation. So you're just mechanically removing virus, right? Then there were the ivermectin people. Is that why you vape? No, but it sure as hell didn't push me to quit. I really hope Netflix drops after earnings. I also hate that earnings is happening during the dates of my spread. I chose these dates first. I mean, you. No, you didn't. Salt lamps definitely help with a runny nose. You shave off some dust with a razor, sniff it, dries everything right out. What if you can't sniff? What if you're too blocked up to how do you get it in there? Use a funnel? Just think how long a brain-eating amoeba could live off Gherk's giant thinking machine. I mean, probably the same as literally anyone else. I don't. I'm not sure. I'm not sure brain power slows them down. They just eat holes and stuff. Bro, I should have slept in more. Are you not enjoying the price action today? So literal ruiner. Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't get the joke. Are you enjoying the stable chop at 48.55? No. Your favorite X-Man? Ah, tough. Um, Gambit. I mean, He's the coolest Magic player ever, right? Or Yu-Gi-Oh. I'm not sure which, but Remy, like New Orleans stereotype. Exactly. Why would I ever worry about finding a good stack with a good entry when I can just full port NVIDIA calls and retire next year? Fair enough. My port is dying due to chop, so close your positions. Can you sell C3 to AI to dump, please? I have a bunch of puts for mid-February. I do too. Nice. Gambit and Rogue, pretty unstoppable power couple though. Yeah. Are my 55-60 spreads going in the money? No. I'm sorry. They might, but they they also might not. Yo, Guac, I think Vol is dead till March. Actually, volatility hasn't gone down much today, which is maybe the most intriguing thing. Also, oil's up above 75. Guys, oil's inflationary again. Woo! We did it. Repeat after me. Oil now additive to inflation. Say that to people, random ones. See how they react. Horse paste has saved my life on more than one occasion. Not for the COVIDs, but it's right up there with WD-40 and duct tape. Are you talking about Elmer's glue? I don't think they use horse on that anymore. This stream is a perfect mix of LAN party, Magic 8-Ball, and Ouija board. I want to hear everyone's voice. Because I feel like there's some of you that I like over text, but maybe I wouldn't like if I heard you. And, wonder how I make that happen. No, I don't like you at all, Magnanimous. No, you don't? Why? You heard my voice, and I'm scared that you don't like me at all, no matter what. When? I don't remember. So it wasn't impressive. You didn't make a negative or positive impact, which is for the best. You have a neutral voice. I sound like high-pitched screeching. Well, you're an emoji. You don't have vocal cords. Can confirm you definitely wouldn't like me over VC. It makes sense. It's all the quacking and the nibbling at bread products. Typical southeast English accent. Are we talking northeast of London? Like the posh accent? Or are we talking south of London? Not the opposite of that. England has so many accents for such a small island. What if I talked exactly like I don't know what Sanjeet sounds like. That's not true. My PFP has changed. Oh, that's right. Yeah, you have a body now. And a bull. England isn't real. Wales isn't real. Since you asked, I sound like a 6'4", 240-pound guy from the Midwest who's gotten rid of the farmer's drawl. So let me ask you this question, given your dimensions. Why not orthopedic surgery? Whales are real. I've seen some. Hmm. If I had more money, I'd pay to surgically add more knees and elbows. But what if they all bent in the same direction? So your arm would still only move inward, but you would have several elbows. You gotta find the ones with real horse. What, the elbows? Horses don't have elbows. They just have four knees. God, imagine the arthritis when you get old. The secret is you eat enough parking lot berries and you'll never age. If you talked like a Texan, I would have stopped watching a long time ago. Fair. I feel like there's probably a lot of people that don't watch because I don't talk like a Texan, though. I'm not saying any of that, Brinky. Women love guys with extra elbows. Definitely do it. I agree. I don't think anybody got the berry joke. It was dark. I still watch, but I prefer if you included a few y'alls and fixin' twos. Uh, I'm fixing to fall asleep right now, Popcorn. Popcorn, are you like OG Texas? Like you grew up there? Or is Texas just where you've landed? And you're from somewhere even worse in the South? When I was a kid, I was playing with my friend in a trailer park, and we had a game of tug of war with a fiberglass bike rod. I won, and he got fiberglass rods through his hand. Ouch. That sounds pretty painful. Born and raised in Texas right here. Grew up here, but my parents are from Missouri. Did they say Missouri? Or did they say Missouri? Wait, Dave, do you say diaper or diaper? Okay. So you really have gotten rid of the farmer's draw. Anybody who doesn't utilize y'all or use is doing themselves a disservice. I don't use either of those things. Hmm. Australian accent is the best, hands down. You've clearly never met any bogans. If I didn't mumble, I could be a news anchor. You're doing yourself a disservice. Well, that's because I'm used to having other people service me. When left to my own devices, it's just a mess. No, not Vogons, Bogans. They're like one step down from Steve Irwin. So you have like Australians that you know think of like One Direction, right? Or what? Wait, what are they called? Not One Direction. They're not Australian. Who are the Australian ones? God damn it! There's an Australian boy band. What's the name of them? No, it's not S Club 7. AC/DC. The Wiggles. No, Hanson's from California. Not Men at Work. That's it. Five Sauce. Right. And this is what people think of in America as like stereotypical Australians, right? Like good looking, nice accent, long hair. They probably surf a lot. And then you have like the Steve Irwin types. And they kind of live in the surrounding areas outside of the city. Yeah, or the Hemsworths. The Hemsworths are another good example. But you know, they're still moderately well educated. They've got a little bit of a like a twang in the accent, right? And then you have Bogans. Bogans live like deep in the bush, fucking living with alligators and snakes and shit, and like the Northern Territories, just just absolutely all the way out in the sticks. And these people are completely unintelligible. Nothing, yeah, like worse than Crocodile Dundee. Yeah, like Louisiana Bayou people. Exactly. They like frequent bars that are built into trailers that are on highways that are 600 miles from anything. Hey now, easy. Australian boom hour. The country originated as a British penal colony. Yeah. It sounds like they would be great at zero DTEs. Maybe. Ha! You said penal. Not yeah, but not penile. Penal. So did Georgia, but you don't see us making fun of. Hmm. When can I short DWAC? I don't know, whenever you want to. Bogans love to drink, gamble, drink. And somehow it has come further than the US in almost all social measures, except for speaking clearly. Yeah. Although our treatment of our native populations is fairly similar. That's just the Brits in us. That makes sense. Are we going to ignore how Australia handled COVID? Just saying, what was their plan? Just don't do anything? It's good for the economy. They built camps? Really? No, that sounds like the right amount. But did it work? That's the question. There's a lot of open space to create mass graves, unlike New Jersey. Yeah, New Jersey's already full of dead bodies. I still think the pandemic would be over by now if we had just founded Anti-Vax Island and shipped them all off there. That probably wouldn't work. We don't have a lot of effective measures of quarantining diseased people that don't violate freedoms. But you know, there's got to be a lot. Like COVID, probably not deadly enough. But if it was like Marburg, maybe, right? That's an interesting ethical dilemma. At what point is a disease deadly enough that you can take away someone's rights and detain them? T virus level? Like the zombies? Yeah, but then we're gonna have people on social media. They're like, I just got bit by a zombie and I'm fine. Australia started a war with the emus and lost. They did, yeah. You don't fuck with emus, man. They're like giant dinosaurs. Didn't they have that in Contagion? What? Usually coincided with some form of martial law. Happened during the Spanish flu, too, at one point, right? Would you rather get COVID for the rest of the week or have this $5 trading range for the rest of the week? I've already sold Iron Condors. I'm perfectly happy. I'm just making money every second that passes at this point. The moment your disease impinges on my ability to enjoy my life, I see. Do you have Greeks on target? Yeah. Let's not pretend we care about people. What percentage of corporate profits would need to be lost for people to take it seriously? I'd estimate 10% or greater. I think if we didn't have fiscal stimulus, we probably would have had camps here too. Can you tell me the Greeks on target? Yeah, sure, no problem. See, this is a lesson in asking the right question the first time, Robin your hood. $135, $131, $148. That's DNGNGM. I don't agree with a lot of the COVID handlings, but one thing that sticks out to me was when they forced seatbelt laws, and it saved a lot of people. Well, they enforce them, but you don't have to put your seatbelt on, right? It's kind of a self-incentivizing thing. But I've had people legitimately argue seatbelts with me before. They're like, what if it cuts me in half? And it's like, well, you would have fucking died anyway. If CRISPR hadn't been discovered, housing prices would have been a lot cheaper right now. Yeah, that's true. Can I go to the bathroom? Whatever, man. If you don't want to take this seriously, that's your choice. Can you share with us your Iron Condor strikes expiration and how you intended to manage them when, if we actually get price action? No. I finally got to play and beat Dragon Age, Inquisition, and Witcher 3 during lockdown. I also lost 10 ports. It was a wash. Fair enough. Well, 10 ports isn't that bad, at least by your standards. Seatbelts were lobbied before by insurance companies. If you drive 160 miles per hour everywhere, there's no reason to wear a seatbelt. Change my mind. I don't need to. Yeah, but you know, if the fine for committing a crime is monetary, if there's a fine, right? Then is it it's really just a tax on the poor. My favorite part of the pandemic was when I had to deliver some product to Louisiana and no trucks would do it. So I drove in a U-Haul, and at the border, I just said I was with FEMA, and they didn't ask for any identification or proof of that. Did Paul Walker wear a seatbelt? Doesn't matter. But wants to learn. Hashtag not ghosting. I have a flight in a few hours. I can't manage anything intraday. Yeah, but everyone else, right? Me too. What about everyone else who's immediately going to hashtag ghost and fuck up my spreads? No, probably not on SPX, but still, it's a legitimate concern. Some of you are sneaky. Some of you have way more money than you let on. Not nearly as poor as you infer. Just rich people in the pickle jar slumming it. It's like, yeah, I'm one of the poorest. No. I know you are Evans. Can you LARP as a stonk picker like Jim Cramer for us? I need more buzzers. I've tried to buy them, but they're shockingly hard to come by. I think the sold 600C are going to get squeezed out on NVIDIA. They might. They might not. I'm at a Susquehanna trading desk at the moment, and I have to copy you to keep my job. How's OI? Pretty much the same. Jesus Christ. Yeah, that's really boring. There's slightly more 4850 calls than there were, but slightly less 4865. It's still chop. I'm just here trying to build a nice income port without having, after getting third degree GME burns, not gonna have to worry about me ghosting you. For selling condors, are you just using the SPX charts you post in Pickles Picks? Or additional data we're not privy to? Both. What's the most interesting sociological thing you've noticed from the pickle jar experiment so far? Um, People that have made a lot of money don't want to remove that money from its risky position, which is mind-boggling to me. But there's also, once people have decided on a feeling about the market, like in terms of its direction over a period of time, they're very reticent to buy any options in the opposing direction. Despite clear signals that it's going the opposite way. Endowment effect. Honestly, this move on SPX is amazing. We touched 4720 last week. Weren't you trading in like 2021? This is nothing. You don't remember the 5% up days and then like 3% down into close? The gambler's fallacy is as real as the confirmation bias. GME did this to us? Yeah, I know. Tribalism, bears versus bulls. That's the Munger effect. You average down till Baba runs. That's not fair. I just tried to buy a bull call spread, but it moved too fast on me. Yeah. I don't know if bullish is the right way to be right now. I'm not used to continuous up. Well, it's fair. I mean, most people in here started trading in 2022, where most of the time it was continuous down, right? But that's generally not how markets work. In fairness, buying less of a directional position is same like hedging a larger position. No, no. One can have positive yield in excess of the total losses, whereas the other one can't. It's hard when your first exposure to options is a 3,000% gain. It was just gonna be a 5 minute scalp, but yeah. This is I don't even think it's worth being in them, right? Because if it does break down, you're fucked, and if it moves up, you're probably not gonna make enough money during the time period that it is slightly up for it to have been worthwhile to buy the option in the first place, right? Because especially on a debit spread, because you benefit from staying in the money over time. That 5 minute candle looked bearish. Oh fuck. Yeah, it's becoming clear 5 minutes later. It's so fucking dull. I kind of want to say that tomorrow looks a little bit more bearish than today. But it's probably still way too early. But it is starting to look more bearish than today, which means the end of today might be a little bit more bearish than the middle of today. But it's slight. It's a slight difference. I wouldn't lean on it too heavily. Yeah, bored, and I bought some longer term oxy calls. That's a great thesis. The smaller portfolio around 10K is a better search for value yield instead of trade for income. I'm reading The Intelligent Investor, and I'm currently drawn to value investing. Value investing has so there's benefits and drawbacks. You can offset some of the drawbacks by buying things that have higher implied volatility and also present a value proposition, because then you can sell covered calls against your position, and make up a little bit for the opportunity cost. Although I think value investing over 10 and 20-year time frames is a largely losing prospect. Unless you have a ton of money. If you have a lot of money, then it's worthwhile. Losing because of opportunity cost, not actual losses. Yeah. It also depends what product. Like ETFs, I think, are like largely a loss proposition, right? Because of the fees and inflation over time. Individual tickers, I mean, it depends. But I definitely prefer ones where selling calls or receiving a dividend is part of that. I don't like the idea of holding things for long periods of time with potentially no positive outcome, right? Obviously, yeah, you might have picked the next Apple or Nvidia or Microsoft or something like that, and you do really really well over like a 10-20 year period. But the chances of that are slim, right? I'm gonna convince my dad that buying Plug is a bad idea, other than telling him outright it's a garbage stock. I did that already, and he's still thinking about it. I mean, they have a good marketing department. I haven't looked at them recently. I think the last time I really looked at Plug was back in like 2022. So give me a second. And they're on year they're now on year 8 of their of being a publicly traded company with negative cash flows. And their negative cash flows have only increased over that period of time. In the trailing 12 months, negative 1.75 billion. Um, they do have a decent amount of assets, so their debt to asset ratio isn't terrible. But holy fuck, do they spend a lot of money? And out of all that money they've spent, their total revenue is kind of garbage. So, I mean, there's a good case that they simply never hit and make anywhere near their like forward revenue expectations, right? I mean, they're spending like they spent 1.75 billion in the last 12 months and only received 990 million in total revenue. That conversion is fucking terrible. And return on assets is negative 16.8. Return on equity is negative 24.57. Their gross margins are negative 69.43. And their EBITDA margins negative 125.87. So this is not a company that makes money, right? They spend a lot of money, but they haven't found a way to make any yet. Unless you could put forward some reason that they would start making a lot of money all of a sudden. That's just going to continue until their debt burden becomes too high. Also, who the fuck is using fuel cells? That's like HD DVD. Is the company you're talking about ticker wife? Well, I sell calls on stocks that don't pay a dividend, so I can get one. Sometimes I sell calls on stocks that do pay a dividend, so I can get both. For me, good investing is all about maximizing potential yield and reducing risks and potential losses, right? And so, if you own something for 10 years but you're selling covered calls against it the entire time, you're going to be in a much better position than someone who just simply owns the stock. Should that company fail or lose value in the future, you're going to be far better off, right? Especially as far as opportunity cost over that period of time. Unless it's NVIDIA, true. And it helps to have money to pull back your covered calls. But what you could do on NVIDIA, and we see frequently, right? We frequently on NVIDIA see people sell covered calls and then pull them back. How can you develop better timing when selling covered calls? I mean, you're looking for moments of buy side exhaustion, ideally, which isn't too hard to identify, right? You're looking for events that either price up or price to previous prices, and then a reduction in momentum and volume after that test, right? And that's where you use your TA. That's where it becomes applicable, right? Because you're using it for risk management. So if you sell a covered call above that price point or below it, I frequently I prefer it like slightly in the money covered calls. Um, Especially if you're selling on like 30 or 45 DTE, because you got to sell off a little bit of the delta. you can capture any short-term price improvement. Um, and then, you know, you can just buy it back. Even if it doesn't fall below your strike and it just falls a bit, right? Then you can buy that covered call back for less. You know, if you sell a covered call $15 in the money over 45 days and the stock price then declines by $5, finds support, you can close this and you've still made that $5. Which, you know, the only other way to capture that would have been to sell your stock at the top. So, I'm a pretty big fan of doing that. Unless I feel that, you know, the news or the driver of price action is legitimate and the revaluation is deserved, in which case I won't sell covered calls, right? I'll let the price improvement take it where it's going to. Wait, are you suggesting you don't take the premium received on selling options and immediately YOLO that? No. As a matter of fact, I have a hard time figuring out what to do with the premium I sell on options. I don't, especially right now. I've just been buying more short-term treasuries again because I don't want to buy anything else. Any college kids shouldn't feel bad about gambling their grants on zero TTEs. Well, that's the beauty of GME, is that none of the price improvement on it is valid, right? And so every time it runs, you can sell covered calls pretty much without any fear whatsoever. What's your yield on short-term treasuries? Right now, I think my average yield is like 5.33. I think SPAX gives you like 5.03, so it's slightly better to not use the money market. Technically, there's less risk too. Money markets theoretically have more risk than owning liquid treasuries. I guess in the event that there was a liquidity issue, then they would both experience it, but you can use treasuries for margin, so you can use money markets for margin too. But you do get slightly more yield because you're not paying off that service cost, right? It's not a rabbit hole you want to go down. You're gonna freak people out. What, by telling them that money markets might not always be safe? I mean, they are, unless you get like a complete collapse of the financial system or something, right? But there could be a scenario where you can't get your money out of a money market for some time. It's happened before, right? Everyone should be aware of it. I mean, I'm not going to go tell your clients about it. This is a point in the last couple of years where MMF were technically losing money. Yeah. Well, short-term rates were so suppressed, right? I don't have any clients, Gurk. Plot twist. Oh my god. Hold on. What? Did you retire? Are we going to lose 50? Right now, it looks like nothing's ever going to happen again. Typically, this is very common after a large move in the market, right? I sent you an important DM, and it will only take 8 seconds of your time. Alright, that was worth it. Nice. Vanguard shows all my stuff into VMRXX, which gets like 5.1% yield, year yield. Yeah, that's about right. So you're losing like 0.2 to servicing fees. Maybe a little more depending on, you know, their total yield, but probably not. There was a point in the last couple of years where I'm technically losing money. I'm retiring at 40. I just wish I didn't have any clients. Typically bounce up after every large move, and I lose another port. I see. Why don't you sell your puts when they're worth more than you bought them for? I mean, technically we're falling into a bearish range, but so slowly. It's the slowest failure ever. Maybe it'll pick up now. One can hope. Oh god. I guess we could get a little downside off this. I need to average these down. Oh, interesting. I guess I don't need to do anything. Did you just explain the term consolidation? How it occurs after large moves? Yes. But I did it in a nifty and new way. It'd be kind of cool if something wacky happens and all my doofy options printed. That would be cool. I hope that happens for you, Squamsk. Can you toggle the market, please? It needs to reboot. Since you got a splinter earlier, can we have some pickled Ninja Turtles? No. How's Beyond looking? I don't know. I haven't looked at it. Shit in the bed again. Wednesday was big. Should have sold. I knew I should have sold. I told myself to sell, but I kept raising my sell limit. If I make $15 dues, where should I invest that money? My backyard shrimp farm. There's an old lady who parked next to me in the parking lot. She parked too close. I think I'm gonna let her hit my door when she tries to wriggle out. Are you gonna then? Are you gonna then yell at her for hitting your door? I just scalped a quick $30 before they got my stop. So you could call me something of a stack god. Nice, Dave. I made 70% off of my 48.45 P's this morning, but now I wish I would have overheld them. I'm wondering if thinking that is bad for me. Why do you wish you held them while the theta on them decayed into nothing? I already drew pickled Ninja Turtles. Oh, that was a thing, Brett. Were you not here for that? Tup got destroyed. I saw that, yeah. Down to 175. I'm actually kind of excited. It's getting very illiquid very fast. I was not when got like the first year, sometime during the first year. Yeah, there were definitely pickle turtles. You said below 1.8 you were gonna double down. I intend to. Although I'm still not sure if I want to buy March or Feb. Probably March. Why are we talking about top? It's getting shorted really hard. I hate top. No, you don't. Well, you do. But that's only because you didn't buy options that night I DM'd you. And I was like, bro, top. And then it went to $7 the next day. Well, next 5 days. What kind of PT do you have now with top? I don't know. Oh, I forgot to check. Do I have a lower cost basis than Dork yet? Interesting. Nope. How is that possible? Hey, they hit my stop, but my stop was for profit. 2 green trades, 0 red this week. This week is my week. Nice. This action is more dull than my Cuisinart kitchen knives. Dork mad because market go up. No, he doesn't want me. He doesn't want me buying this stock because I don't know why. Are bulls selling puts again? No, it just looks like a little bit of put profit taking on the drop there. Cause you're a fucking shill. That's why. How am I a shill? You could be competing with thousands of people right now to hit that to slap that bid, and instead it's just me. Are you expecting to be T earnings to be good? Here's the secret, Esha. I don't care. Your hair's so poofy because it's full of secrets. 2 or 250 for March on top? Or do I sell $2 CSPs and buy $2 calls? Ew. I wouldn't want to own the underlying. Are you doing leveraged TEP synthetic longs? I'm thinking about it. Not yet. You could do more than 2 to 1. I do think BDCs will benefit from rate cuts. Some of them, not all of them, but some of them. Jesus fucking fuck. What? Hey Greg, I was thinking about opening up a HELOC on my landlord's house and using that to full port top synth long at $4. Thoughts? I mean, if you can get approved, that sounds like the bank's problem. Top 10 report earnings all of 2023. Might as well buy yen at that point. But what if they're killing it? Ooh, Tupperware executives are getting sued today. Allegedly hiding the impact of rising production costs and increased product prices, which derailed plans to revive the company amid a decade of declining sales. What's this? Oh my god. There's 192.5 million shareholder settlement from Walgreens to Rite Aid shareholders. Well, hello. What? Yeah, apparently. Hmm, pretty fancy. Yeah, Walgreens Boots Alliance agreed to settle 192.5 million with shareholders of Rite Aid Corporation to end litigation over downplaying regulatory risks within the merger deal. Cool. I can't wait to get my check for $4. Have you ever thought about doing short form content to grow your channel? I don't like making content. Like, I do realize that I sit here all day making content, but like, I don't like making that kind of content. It's gross. Writing scripts and editing videos. That's for video editors and script writers and people who are interested in YouTube as a career. What are you then? Oh, just hanging out here. I will gladly write you scripts, but be warned, I'm super smooth. I know. Wish I knew. I was trying to understand the Jimmy squeeze. The true MOASS was Sherman Williams all along. Are you still talking to the OnlyFans chick? No. You're a streamer. Well, I mean, I stream my day. Did you check out her page then? No, I never found out where it was. I'm a social butterfly, Lily. I don't know what to say. A trader and a streamer and a friend and a confidant. The market crashes. I'm gonna buy so much of that thing. I bought a lot of it the last time it was down hard. I wish I'd just kept holding it, but I was up enough that I was pretty happy getting out. It's New York, people. Longer than a few days is long. Yeah, I think anything over 2 weeks is a long-term relationship. So stagflation is just a fairy tale until everybody wakes up. We're already in stagflation. Do you see anything that indicates direction yet? No, but tomorrow's starting to look a little bit more bearish. Very little. We're probably gonna need to wait for more positioning to build, and obviously positioning could build on the opposite side of that still, so cool. Tup's getting sued today. That's nice. They got another non-compliance. No, that was on the 12th. Oh no, Tup was getting sued 3 days ago. That's not even new. So I read that direction is a bit on the fence. I thought thoughts on Neo. Just keep waiting. China's not doing any better right now. That can only it can only really get worse right now. So don't speak of bearish so they don't get scared, right? It's not really the bears that are making the positioning look bearish for tomorrow. It's the fact that the bulls aren't building anything substantial to the upside. Any thoughts on the FTC trying to sniff around on the OXYS Crown Rock acquisition? Oh, Oxy's Crown Rock acquisition. It could potentially get blocked. I mean, they already have like a fairly significant chunk of the Permian Basin production locked down, but they probably won't. They're just small enough to fly under the radar. Is the top play likely over then? No. I hope they short it down to $1 because then they'll actually cover. Probably at the next earnings if he made any purchases. Are 60C leaps on Oxy a decent play? Eh. I don't really like options on Oxy. It's kind of a slow mover. Who's HA trying to merge with? Is Blackstone a good stock to own? No. That carries some serious risk. I mean, they do take assets and make them better, but they also take assets and don't pay off their long-term debt on the holding. I am mega short BX. Fuck them. I'm pretty short BX as well. I know Tub is destined for zero, and being bullish on shorts covering during a period where they're avoiding showing everybody how awful their earnings are. Bullish? They're not avoiding showing everyone how awful their earnings are. They're very clear about how awful their earnings are. That's why it went from like $7 to like $1, right? The problem is they have 5 years, 6 years of fraudulent financial statements that they have to go back and audit, and the company they had doing it bailed on them, and so now they got to find someone else. It is way overpaying. Maybe. Those make really cringy YouTube videos. Yeah, I thought that was a joke when I first saw it, like an SNL skit or something. Then I found out it was real. Grind up from here, or just, retest 55 again. The fuck? Yeah. I think they had like PCW doing the auditing and they just fucked off. They were like, nope. And that was back in what, October, I think. So, and then they just filed that like extension for the deadline with the NYSE last week. Or well, I guess not extension, but notice that they were gonna be taking a little bit longer to get it some, but they still, according to them, they still plan to have it submitted before delisting, so, or before the delisting period is over. I hope people are playing top with very, very minuscule amounts of money. You know better. But I hope that too. Yeah. I mean, I don't have a lot of exposure to it at all. Any thoughts on ADM news this morning? Some accounting scandal? I don't know anything about it. Because they're giving me time to enter my Leap 70Ps. For 2026, right? Back to 65. Is there enough momentum? Yeah, I suppose. Maybe. Well, let's see what happens. 55 is still a resistance. And then so 60. So I can see us not having enough momentum to push through those. But we do have a little bit of momentum. Profit taking on the put side. Mostly driving this off of the low. I guess a little bit of short calls also got bought back, but not very much. Who's the most likable? I mean, Adam Aaron's way more likable than Pulte. Plute's like a fucking. He's worse than Cohen. He's like an angry, like, Nepo baby. I don't think my Jan 19th 4500 Ps are going to print. Interesting. Was it because they expired last week? To be fair, they're both angry Nepo babies. I mean, Ryan Cohen's so far never rented a aircraft hangar for his shareholders and then flown in a circle in a helicopter so that he could arrive fashionably. Because he's too cheap. He created an NFT marketplace for us instead. Looking at any plays here? Nope. I sold condors earlier. I'm just sitting on them. $55 has been so sticky today. Well, yeah, that's because there's like a call there's call walls to the downside at 50, and then there's a call wall to the upside at 60. And so price action's gonna just kind of settle in the 55 range a lot. As more interest falls off into the end of the day and price action loosens up a bit, we might see bigger moves. I don't remember any of the villains in Pickle Jar history. I usually forget about them pretty fast unless someone brings them up. Plute uses his money to buy clout. RC uses your money to buy clout. They're not the same. His dad's. Wait, whose dad's? RC doesn't use his dad's money. I think he's way richer than his dad was. Plute uses his grandpa's money. I'm kind of hungry. What do I want to eat? I was at a grocery store last night and they had Totino's party pizzas. I should have bought one. Yeah, Totino's Party Pizza. I have a stack of those in my freezer for my son. Tell him to stop eating that shit. It's terrible for him. Korean barbecue. I'm just gonna walk away from the stream and go eat Korean barbecue for 4 hours. It's cheap. It'll do for now. All right. I remember the collab you did with Houston Wade. What a huckster that guy is. I mean, that seemed pretty obvious when we did our collaboration. All of my collabs tell a story about the people I'm collaborating with. And that story is these people don't know what the fuck they're talking about. There's a place on DoorDash, it's like a ghost kitchen. It's called Fast Snacks. And they'll cook any number of like frozen, prepackaged frozen food and deliver it to you. So kind of like Chili's. Have you ever eaten at DJ's Breakfast Spot, the mobile food vendor in the financial district? No. Best egg and sausage croissant I've ever had. I feel like a sausage is too heavy for a croissant. Hmm. You're way too nice letting their viewers share your knowledge while we laugh and giggle at their audience, asking if puts cost same as shares. No, their viewers became my viewers. Please do round two with CLW. He's the people's poet. Goddamn right they will. Perfect business plan. Get some March on ramen for $15 plus fees and delivery. Exactly. That's why I'm here. Thanks, Jason. Croissants are the superior breakfast sandwich bread. No. Kaiser roll. God, you just actually murdered French people. They would hate to hear you say that. Infinite risk. Wait, what? Have you full ported, Dork? Houston was one of the first guys I followed through Superstock. Then he claimed GME was basically the new reserve currency. I knew it was time to stop watching. Who was the streamer with the face paint and Captain America look? You did a collab with Cosmic Lightning Warrior. I like to make my own McGriddles using the Jiffy Blueberry Pancake Mix. The McGriddle is... It's no. McGriddles are sinful. You shouldn't... How dare you? Bulky or Kaiser are the best, but it's terrible if they don't put enough egg and meat on it. You know it's terrible when they overcook the egg. If the egg is cooked above medium, it's awful. You got me sold on top, so I full ported D-Wag. Does Mo Money still make videos, or did he go back to being a data scientist? Is there a one night stand that you've had IRL that you regret more than that CLW collab? I don't regret any one night stands. He was the Flavor Flav to everything you said. Sometimes they give me a McGriddle instead of the usual biscuit breakfast Sammy I get, and it makes me rage. Is Jamie at Trade Spotting still around, or did they put him away? I don't know. You never leave being a data scientist. It's always in your heart. You know, I did a beef stew with dumplings this weekend, and it was pretty fantastic. I like my beef stew over egg noodles, but not the yolky egg noodles. Specifically, no yolk egg noodles. I've been absolutely farting my brains out. 120 grams of protein so far today. The fibers of my boxers are forever turned. Nice, Squamsk. I mix hot dog chunks, tortilla cheese, and dark chocolate baking chips into pancake batter and microwave for 4 minutes. Boom. Breakfast sandwich achieved. Uh, yeah, he just. Okay. What's the next GME, Gherk? Will you be our roaring kitty? You didn't buy Upstart at $12? Fucking sucks to be you. Referring to your gravity support resistance explanation, when you say, we can test 65 when we break 55, how do I determine a break? I always have problems with that. Well, generally, volume needs to pick up. Volume's pretty useful in those instances. If you have increasing volume as you move away from a resistance, then a spike in volume, boom, break out, right? Not even British COVID check? That was almost worth getting COVID for. I have a thing for accents. So once Houston started saying Jimmy will get us some ridiculous share price and they'll have to pay you, I stopped. There were no certainties with things like squeezes in the stock market. Yeah, I know. There's nothing like half our server coming together for a watch party on TradeSpotting's channel when he started ranting and crying again. Ah, nostalgia. It's the chizzy glizzy. Fuck off. $48.50 would be cool. No, I don't think I'm. No, I'm not muted. I just went through some food in the oven and shook off my disgust at how poor Dork has been for so long. You didn't quite shake it off, did you? Well, I had, but then when I came back to my computer, Dork had DM'd me an AI rendering of the meal that he intends to eat. You know, when I was in college, I knew a guy like you, Dork, that would just take any food and just put it with other food and mix them together and eat it. Like Taco Bell. And just for that, I'm going to lower my cost basis even more. Just FYI. Has a name, Mr. Gherkin? I'm not using that name. Like people who put American cheese on ramen. Yeah. Is he doing something worse than Taquito's party pizza? He is. Wait, Dork, did you sell covered calls? Ooh, Fidelity's offering me $1,300 off of my loan origination fees. Nice. So who bought SGMT this morning? Not me. I was just so you know how like Fidelity gives you like the market movers of the day. Some like Sagamet Biosciences is up 148% today. Man, AMD and Tesla are got a lot of sell volume. I think my mental breakdown is going to gain momentum before this SPX breakdown. I mean, yeah, probably. We keep rejecting on the upside tests, which is, that should be something. Like, no one's buying fucking anything out of the money. This is really just a bullish rest stop. WeBull's offering me $200 in Apple if I deposit 100 and maintain my balance. Nerds. What did Trump do? I don't know. The new drug for fatty liver shows promise or some such. Oh, okay. Do you have NVIDIA Greeks since it yeeted past GM? Yes. GM's 587.22. Gamma Neutral's 492.22. DM's at 470. So it's still really, really far away from its neutral points. SPX still really hasn't lost. Or ES still hasn't lost like the 40s. It really hasn't lost like the 48.75 level yet. On the way to 250. Yes, that's what I've been telling people about. Oh, Jesus Christ. Greg, how can Bitcoin be dying? There's so much interest in ETFs. All of the big boys are buying now. Yeah, they are. Hey, dollar's moving up. That's cool. How are the auctions today? Holy fuck, the 6-month printed a tail? No, that can't be right. Okay, it didn't. Never mind. The fucking data was wrong. Ooh, Fitch came out and said the U.S. avoids government shutdown, but large fiscal deficits are to persist. White House's new economic advisor, Lel Brainerd, has left the Fed. Yeah. Said lackluster recovery in China has not had a particularly strong effect on the U.S. economy. Fitch also said passage of another continuing resolution avoids a partial U.S. government shutdown, but does not signal improvement in budget making policy. And then Fitch also said developments around the debt ceiling are consistent with our view that political dynamics will continue at least until the November 2024 U.S. elections. Downgrade us, Fitch. Do it. I'm never looking at your DMs again, Dork. Not after you sent me that fucking pancake hot dog. Let me talk about your crowd put. It's not. It's a put ratio. It's a ratio back spread. I don't know if there's much to say about it. If it continues to stay to the upside, I'll make money. But if it drops from its precipitous height, I'll make even more money. Do we really need Fitch to tell us that? Of course. I know it's for hot dogs. Tomorrow I was never full bear. It was just looking a little more bearish than today's because call positioning had moved down. Should I do what Portnoy did and buy save calls? You mean guarantee the inevitable failure of a company? Your Tesla bear spread is profitable now. I know. But I want it to be more profitable. Maybe that'll never happen. Hmm. Is it a hot dog Wellington? I tried it. It's delicious. No, it's not. What's a ratio back spread? It's when you sell well, you can do it either way, but you sell sell a credit spread and then buy an extra long leg with the net credit. And so you get a depending on if it's call or put, you get a profitability profile that looks kind of like this. And this can vary. This could be, you know, profitable or a slight loss depending on the amount of credit received and the cost of the put. But it tends to have like a pretty wild break even. Like you need a bigger downside move or up or if it's reversed upside move. Or if it moves the other way, you just you either don't lose a lot of money or you can make a slight profit depending on how it's positioned. Girk's just butthurt that I got him to say chizzy glizzy. I'm not angry about that part. I'm angry that I think that's something that you might eat. I feel so weird after selling. I'm floating. How long were you holding it for? Is it a crime that there's no options on Bitcoin ETFs so we can make free money? Yes. 6 years? Damn. I hope bulls do something on this test. Like what? I'm sleepy. When vol wake me up? Ugh, I don't know. I don't know if that's gonna be a thing. I can't imagine everything's waiting for the BOJ rate decision. Although it is impactful. We're still seeing core Like core 1 month drive lower. So we're seeing some vol shorting, but VIX is like cash VIX is up on the day. Oil's up, which is probably scaring the bulls a little bit. So is dollar. Is the market a new paradigm where vol doesn't really exist anymore? And the only red days we get are crashes. Well, I mean, we're definitely in a position where if we get red days, they're probably going to be violent, but I don't think they have to be crashes as long as volatility doesn't get out of control. Update? There's like nothing. There's no update. It's testing the. It's like bounced back up into the low trend, and it's just chilling there. Like bounced off its the bottom of its long term trend. 50 is becoming increasingly more weak. The 60 and 65 strikes are starting to bleed off a little bit, and we're getting a tiny little put ramp down to 35. Are they going bankrupt or no? I don't know. You have to wait for their financial disclosures to be released. I've been following Enphase for a bit. Hard bounced off 75 a bit ago, right up to 140. Because they rely on loans for install, doesn't seem promising in the short term. Curious of your thoughts. I think they're generally a better play than what's the other one? Fuck, I forgot the name. Anyway, yeah, they need rates lower. I mean, most of the solar companies rely on financing, right? FSLR, thank you. Um, FSLR has like Enphase makes their manufacturing like output is way better, and they don't have the kind of order backup that FSLR does, and so they don't have to spend a lot more capex on manufacturing. So I think like in the long term, if you were bullish solar, Enphase would outperform because FSLR need to spend a lot more money to uh, to satisfy just the orders they have already, right? But they're both kind of at the mercy of increased interest rates or higher for longer because fewer and fewer people are going to want to get solar panels installed without or well, especially at like 5% or more interest, right? If like if the panels don't pay their own interest costs off, they're not really worthwhile. What if Upstart buys Tup and then becomes an AI loan company that sells Tupperware? Tupstart? Jesus Christ. I see what you're doing, waving the mystery stock in everyone's face. I hate it, but I'd also like to do the same thing. I'm so glad none of you guys bought it. You all would have just freaked out. Fortunately for me, I sold 50% in the money covered calls. That's the comment you read? It seemed important. I, for one, will lose confidence in our free market if SPX doesn't push up to meet my expectations and entitlements. Thank you. You and everyone else. Can you let us know the MM is pricing a move in for Netflix earnings? Are those tonight? or tomorrow. It'll change from whatever figure I give you right now, but yeah, I'll let you know. MM's pricing in like 6.1 for earnings. And that's weighted to the upside, so the MM's skewed a little bullish. No problem. What did you make your secret Hello Kitty stack pick rocket and fall back? Did they announce a new character when it was revealed and everyone hated it? No. I don't know, Dork. If you guys want to know, Dork's trying to make me feel bad for not telling everybody about it yet, because now it's cheap again. So I might write a DD about it. Because now people can't get burned. And that was well, I mean, they could still get burned because the company might just be a piece of shit. But another great straddle day. Who wants memberships? Thank you so much, Beans and Greens. Congratulations, dude. Well done. We can definitely still get burned. Don't underestimate us. Thank you so much, Beans and Greens. I appreciate it, dude. Guys, welcome to Cornishon. Give Beans and Greens a shout out for hooking you up. Everyone who wants a Netflix sub already has one. I feel like a lot of people who used to want Netflix subs don't want them anymore. But, that's up for the market to determine. Supposedly they've been having a lot of success with their ad revenue memberships. Where they're actually getting more money off of people via ad revenue than they were previously. I didn't even know Netflix sold subs. Yeah, chips too. I don't think I've ever gotten one of these gifted subs. You're already a member. It just gives them to people who aren't members. And it's also not Dillionaire. Well, it's not necessarily strange. Some guy, James. Henry Cavill is no longer The Witcher. Netflix to zero. I agree with that. Wow, BTC just cliff diving now. Welcome to Crypto Wall Street. Yep. It's almost like someone tried to warn people. Netflix sells subwoofers. Wait, no. That's bullshit. Gherkin Swahili for a person who uses their gift of eloquence to beguile others into purchasing an asset or security for personal gain. You can't just make up Swahili words in Urban Dictionary and submit them, dork. You're just mad about my cost basis soon to be cheaper than yours. I spent 2 hours today talking about vagina yogurt. I wouldn't call myself eloquent. You're a ziblet. You're a ziblet. And thank you. We have fun in here. Yeah, we do. Let's write this DDU talk, and I'll type 200 character increments. I wonder if I could write the DD without naming this stock. Do you think I could be done, Dork? I'll just purely talk financials. You've given enough clues for it that it is highly guessable, and yet you still have it wrong. I don't know. Maybe you do. I don't know what your guess is. It's Oatly, isn't it? No. All I want is for you to admit your ziblet is smaller than my ziblet. Your ziblet's massive. I mean, it's not healthy, but it's massive. I don't even think that's a fair comparison. You've been growing yours longer. You told me it isn't Nintendo. That's because it's not. I'm gonna go check on my food. right. Fixed to 0 end of day. I like politely harassing the quant team with compliments. Not too much or too often, just a quick. Nobody takes dumps in hot tubs like JFresh. It's true, he's really talented, actually. I made $16 on an AMD bull spread today. Congratulations. Wait, why did Squamps get timed out? Hold up, dork. Is it because he said you're some kind of wizard holed up in some tiny room with scrolls and sigils? I feel like most of the price action on BTU being added to the S&P 600 has already been realized. Sigils are cheating. My Lyft driver's playing the Phil Collins song. You know the one. Is GME gonna run? Is it the one with the drums? With the drums? It's the one with the drums? Okay. Did you do the air drums or the crescendo? Hasn't got there yet. They're getting a nice tip regardless. I mean, they deserve one. Although, if it was You'll Be in My Heart, I would say jump out on the highway. Why don't more people talk about Foreigner? You think AMD hitting all-time highs before earnings? You think they can improve on their 1,250 forward PE? Foreigner is mid? Change my mind. Oh, wow. Have you heard I Want to Know What Love Is? Foreigner, the Jackie Chan movie, or what Texans yell when they're startled? The band. Pickle Jar's too young to know Foreigner. I'm too young to know Foreigner. That's not the point. Russia's not greater than Foreigner. Hot blooded, cold as ice. Jukebox Hero. Foreigner is the vanilla ice cream of arena rock bands. All arena rock bands are the vanilla ice cream of arena rock bands. Neither of them are Styx caliber. I fucking hate Journey. Journey's the vanilla ice cream of arena rock bands. I'm not sure Toto's. Is Toto a rock band? I love Steve Perry, but I hate Journey. One of my favorite songs ever is "Oh Sherry" by Steve Perry. There's no way to say that without it rhyming. You would listen to Beck, wouldn't you, Squamsk? I remember that one. I was teaching swimming lessons, and the guy I worked with was dating a Sherry at the time and played it constantly. That's awful. Hot take, Metallica is garbage. That's not a hot take. That's just accurate. Buckethead's kind of neat, Squamsk. I like Satriani better, but people just really love Lars' military drumming background, dork. Makes them feel like they're going fast in their lifted truck. And by fast, I mean 35 miles per hour on a dirt road. What's the current price of the mystery stock? Greater than 50 cents? Less than $78. I mean, Soundgarden's awesome. Losing Chris Cornell was sad. He was truly talented. The market is a flat circle. It's definitely fucking flat. I found myself at a music festival. Metallica was the headliner. I puked 2 songs in and went home. I used to hate Pearl Jam back when I was an idiot. Nope, you were a genius. Kirk's brother is Billy Corgan. Do you guys know that Steve Perry is 75 years old? That's either going to make you feel really young or ancient. And the dividing line there is 1980. Dire Straits. Money for nothing. They're fine, I guess. Tell me more about the Christian rock bands that you love. Do you love POD? SPACs tend to have a bunch of warrants. So you get rug pulled when they squeeze. Peter Gabriel's the GOAT. Rammstein concerts are way too weird for most people. Steely Dan's good. What are you? Are you a juggalo? Why are there so many of those? There's no fucking. What does it look like? Do you think there's an update on OI? You don't think I'd tell you if something happened? What other European industrial metal bands are slept on? Yeah, I don't like Rage Against the Machine. Or the Chili Peppers. Larry Fink, Total Juggalo. Tom Lee? I would actually believe that. I wonder how much better Metallica would have been if Dave Mustaine had stayed. Like, if they'd written their own music. Instead of just playing whatever labels wanted them to because they were too fucked up to do anything else. Godsmack was a terrible band. Let's be real. Of all the new metal shit bands that you could have picked, Godsmack is definitely near the bottom. Hetfield would be dead. So voodoo. Do you like Nin? Sometimes. Trent Reznor can be a little weird, but some of his stuff, yeah. As a child, I fucking loved Aerosmith. Like, a way too young of a child. I was like 3, 4. They were by far my favorite band. I had the Pump album on cassette and my Fisher Price record, like my little Fisher Price cassette player with the microphone. Who knew what Janie's Got a Gun was actually about? I didn't. Biggie or Tupac? Biggie. Biggie's the only choice. The correct answer was Will Smith. I feel like, and I understand that as a white man, I'm not allowed to say any of this, but I'm going to say it anyway. I feel like Tupac is more like Will Smith, less like Biggie. Not just because of Jada. Because Tupac wasn't a gangster. He was like an art school dropout. Tupac is still alive, you know? Nas is more like Biggie. He didn't go to Juilliard. He went to art school in LA, I think. Tupac's more like SPX price action. Both dead. Too soon, man. I don't know who 6ix9ine is. Oh, best band? ZZ Top. Interesting. They're really good. Tupac was emo and Biggie was a G. That's what you're saying? Yeah. I'm saying Tupac rapped a lot about shit that he, like, not in his early stuff, right? But in his later stuff when he really, like, slid into death row and tried to be like live the gangster lifestyle. Like he rapped a lot about shit that he just did not live, right? Like that wasn't his life. Rebecca Black. ZZ Top is horrible now. Aren't they like dead or something? At your sexiest, do you see yourself as more of a Joaquin Phoenix or Russell Crowe? Damn. Russell Crowe. Yeah. It's Russell Crowe. Who else was bold enough to claim that California knows how to party? It was a very progressive stance and incorrect. Carly Rae Jepsen? Have you guys ever read that insane manifesto about her? There's oh, there's this like really famous like internet manifesto about Carly Rae Jepsen's songwriting. Bold of you to assume we can read. No, but I'm curious. Oh wow, you guys, it's only 150 pages long. But it's actually interesting. I remember last time someone asked me about it, I couldn't find it. Leanne Rhymes. I don't know who Trisha Yearwood is, so I'm just gonna go with the OG. You guys ever listen when you're by yourself as men doing man things? No one's around watching you. Do you ever listen to the song from Coyote Ugly? Skirk, you could have waited 2 more seconds before just immediately answering yes. Can I post a link to the manifesto? Is it you got the right one? Absolutely. It's the one by Max Landis, right? You had me at when doing manly things alone. I see. And those conditions, I'm cranking one out. Okay. I'll listen to it while making a website for Squamsk Financial. Berry futures and shorting geese. Fucking geese. I had to use the Wayback Machine. Still trying to find one that works. Apparently it's gone. Yeah, it was pretty hard to find the last time I looked for it. I mean, it's not really worth reading, obviously. It's 150 pages pontificating on Carly Rae Jepsen's fucking lyrics, right? But it's kind of like when you actually do read it, if you do, um it's interesting, like how dark a lot of, well, if he's right, how dark a lot of her songs are, given that she's like a really stereotypical pop artist. What about some guy's Dropbox? I found it. The hero we didn't need. Any funny straddle ideas? I'm pretty even right now. I was buying fewer puts with more theta on them. Um, I'm out of the put side of Friday's straddle. I don't know where I'm gonna enter today. Still kind of thinking about it. I feel more comfortable going heavy on the call side if we're gonna close above 48.60. That sounds like a nice way of saying you're gonna take someone's face, Dork. I think you might be right about VIV drifting down to $10. I think about opening a position around there. Okay. You seem to be really into this value investing idea today. Humongous. Oh, I think someone. Hold on. All right. This guy is absolutely unhinged. I'm glad you love it, Doric. I got you. PDF version in the pigeon whale chat. Well done, Dave. Well done. In fact, I think we're just going up. Actually, we're still going sideways. Very sideways. They crushed my VIX. They crushed VIX so hard, my call can't even get to profitable. Well done, MM. Yeah, that happens. This might be a top. Dude, what the fuck is going on? TradingView is going ape shit right now. It's using like 17 gigs of RAM and 60% of my CPU. Early MOC, 483 million sell side. Did you click Dork's link? No, I know it's a memory leak, but Jesus fucking Christ. I'm gonna have to shut that down today and fucking get all my charts back. That's so annoying. TradingView is mining crypto using my PC. What's your upload look like? Couple spikes when I turn my camera on and off, but that's about it. Pretty low. I mean, I'm streaming, right? So, but yeah, not crazy or anything. Since Noosa never get breakdowns today, decent chance of more chop, more grind up, and the next couple of days. I mean, it just really doesn't tell us anything yet. Unfortunately, I will say the breakdown thesis appears to have broken down. No, I don't think, like, there's no positioning coming into the upside though, which is arguably what's weirdest about this. Nah, no rogue virtual machines or anything. It's just TradingView. It's a piece of shit. I may write a manifesto about the SPX price action. Any stocks you think might run tomorrow for OPEX? I don't know. Most of the memes ran today, right? They could keep running. I would imagine Upstart's probably run enough to get some continuation. Fubo might have too. Um, GME's run doesn't seem very significant. Affirm could keep running. Carvana. Maybe SoFi. Mag 7 shit. Maybe Netflix into earnings back up towards 500. Discord crashed. Oh shit. Sorry. Oh shit. Sorry about that, guys. I didn't realize Discord went down. You don't think they'll short Upstart with what? I mean, Nvidia's still pumping, so liquidity to short it's going to be pretty slim. I mean, maybe if they get it back under gamma neutral today or delta neutral today, but so far they haven't. Yeah, we're still below GM on Upstart. I wish today was a little more information dense. There's not a lot coming in. We got a little bit of support on like longer term momentum breakdown, but not a lot of it. And on the short term, even this test is still kind of a little, maybe a little bearish. Like SPX is really reaching here. We could get a pump into close. Maybe. $48.60, 65. Right now, 60 is our most likely closing price. What are the Greeks on GME? DN's at 1481. GN's 1361. GM is 2078. Like, Jimmy could theoretically run here tomorrow, but it wouldn't be a very big one, I don't think. Maybe like 1750, 1850. I don't think it's got enough gas in the tank to get to Gamma Max. Maybe it does. See if it picked up some interest today. It just drifted above GN today, but not a lot of volume on it, right? So hard to say. And it's definitely liquid enough that it could just get shorted back down. Is that Larry Fink? Do you think Tesla earnings will be bullish or bearish? I mean, they should be bearish. $47.55 $2 now only. Yeah, pretty cheap. Hmm. QQQ 410p for 2.9. Worth repositioning or nah? I'm about to cut the sold leg of the put spread. Probably not enough time. Like if we're well, it's we didn't really get enough information today to say whether this is gonna break down or not yet. 2.9. Probably not enough theta. I'd probably want more theta on it. Does the secret stock run on JJow or F-Man? So what you're saying is you think my 154 DTE put is about to go in the money on Tesla? Pigeon whale, here I come. Oh Jesus. I mean, you better really hope Elon fucks the earnings up bad. IWM's pump is now dumping. Yep. Stop asking me questions about the secret stock. Is the secret stock Playboy? Rod needs some help. No, I don't want any part of that nonsense. Peloton $6 weekly is look kind of interesting. Hmm. You haven't touched me since the sneeze. I'm so alone in this house. I'm sorry, Mr. Grey Pubes. Is this now a bull market? Yes. Does inflation matter? Why always Greeks and never Romans? Inflation doesn't matter yet. Or at least no one cares about it. Why not get a single Tesla 170p for this Friday for $24? This is very interesting. I should have sold way more iron condors. I didn't know today was going to be completely fucking flat. Any places you'd recommend to visit in Italy? I figured I'd ask since you're Italian. I mean, you have to go to Rome. That one's kind of a given. Capri, pretty awesome. Sicily, Venice smells weird. Tuscany. I mean, I guess if you just want to like eat food and drink wine and look at fields. Don't forget Naples. They're famous for their Neapolitan ice cream. Firenze? Florence is pretty cool. I liked Genoa. Genoa's neat. Where would I go for food, though? Venice doesn't smell bad anymore? Oh, okay. Well, that's good for them. I went to Naples in Florida once. Mostly smelled like seafood and struggling seniors living on fixed income. Florence or Rome for food? Yeah. Milan's pretty cool. Bologna is the place to go for food lovers. Thanks, Google. Nothing smells bad underwater. Not smoked bologna. Naples is great if you want to feel incredibly unsafe, but eat great pizza. Only someone British would feel unsafe in Naples. Today is absolutely the worst kind of price action. It's kind of disgusting. Who told you QQQ to 410 today? Did you get it in an email? How's tomorrow looking? Up or down? Uh, so there's not a lot of buildup of upside positioning, but there's also no bearish positioning. Naples is absolutely the ghetto of Italy. Only a New Yorker would feel safe there. I mean, to find ghetto, it's not that bad. Mm, I guess tomorrow's got a little more 70, 75, 80. So that's not looking too bad. The weighting's a little off, but still kind of the same deal. If it slips 48.50, things get pretty bearish. We do have data tomorrow, though, which we did not have today. Well, we'll have the rate decision. And then I think we have Redbook and Richmond Fed. We got a 2-year note auction. Lockheed has earnings in the morning. So more of this bullshit? It's a possibility, yeah. Who said Naples is dangerous? I'm in more danger when I walk to the bodega a block over. The fact that you have a bodega means you're already you're apparently your definition of dangerous is not the same as other people's. Paranoid? I don't think the crime rates there are anything even fucking close to what they are in any US city. Like nobody does crime like us, except maybe like Definitely no European countries. Unless you get like into the Eastern Bloc. You have to go to like Latvia or something. Djibouti definitely outcrimes the US. Maybe Albania. Yeah, I could see that. No one does crime like LA and Chicago. No one does crime like Chicago. um, but New York's been number one a couple times. Romania is a little more organized crime though. Like, what do you have to worry? Why do you have to worry about organized crime as like a tourist? Chicago same like Iraq? No, he said Afghanistan. He said Chicago is the same as Afghanistan. It's Albanian gangs in other countries. Albania itself is fine. Who's crazy? I'm crazy? Have you seen Hostel? Parts of it. Belarus? That's probably not great. Last time I checked, Mexico wasn't in Europe, but cartels are kind of every level of crime, right? Like from street crime up to more organized crime. I've never been robbed in California, not once. I mean, well, by landlords, but that's totally different. Texas is the safest place because we all have guns. Nope. Hostel's a documentary, right? No, not at all. I mean, it's a documentary in the same way that the movie Taken is a documentary. How many times in New York have you been robbed? My whole life, or as an adult? As an adult, kind of once. Well, more like pickpocketed. Well, attempted pickpocketing. Younger, like teenager, a few times. I hope you detected the sarcasm. I did. I mean, it was the only thing that there was room for. With recent presents we got shipped by the sea in boats, crime has risen in the EU so much. You can't deny simple facts. Look at Sweden or the Netherlands. I mean, there's there's more like sexual assault, robbery, and murder on a US college campus than there is in the entire country of Sweden on a daily basis. I mean, I've been to Fresno, but I never had any crime happen to me there. I didn't stay long. I was like, oh, this place is disgusting, and I left. Really not selling the US to me. I wasn't planning on moving there. I'm still not. Smart. Oh shit, I didn't straddle yet. Um, do I have time? 30 seconds? Nice. I'm good. 48.50. I just went even. 20 and 20. 10.42 million Sweden population, 331.9 million USA population. Yeah, but we're spread the fuck out over a country the size of all of Europe. I mean, I'm talking literally one. Give me. You could pick, if you pick 10 college towns in the U.S. population 350,000 or less. I guarantee you that 3 of them, at least or more, will have a greater crime rate than the entire country of Sweden. There's like 8 people in Sweden. Yeah, but there's also 10.36 million bank accounts that represent people. So what expiry? I just bought them for Friday. Is that including or excluding Julian Assange? Nice. All right. So GME popped up a little bit today. There was some covering, mostly around CNS. It kind of still looks like it's just being shorted, though. I wouldn't say it's got a lot of potential to run. It is, however, slightly above delta neutral. Upstart probably is going to get a bit of a continuation here. It did close the day. I think it closed the day just at delta neutral. If it can hold above delta neutral tomorrow and we actually get some market action, it can probably keep going up. Gamma max is 47 there, roughly. The only thing that could set that back would be like a big drop in QQQ IWM same day. Otherwise, yeah, I think that looks pretty good for a continuation. Fubo, maybe. This is going to be more tied to IWM running or not. It's still liquid. The short interest here isn't that crazy. So, and we probably saw a decent amount of covering already today. We could see more. Generally, when it breaks above 264 to the upside, it starts to test that $3 range because of all those 250 options that go in the money, or out of the money, respectively. So I would say $3 kind of the upside target there. It might exceed it a little bit. Possibly just like pop back into that long-term trend that you see there to the upside. Siri, not really nothing interesting there. Top got the fucking shit shorted out of it today, but liquidity's quite dry, and we're already starting to see some ETF covering on it. Generally, once this, if you're looking at this like thing starts to heat up, see how it's getting brighter colors? I'm not kidding. These like brighter colors are indicative of possibly a little bit more, or a little less liquidity there than meets the eye. Which could mean that it's going to see some covering. So the tips heat up now. That tip heats up. Beyond actually had a pretty good morning, and then it just kind of shit the bed. I know borrow rate went up here today. We'll probably just see continued shorting. I don't really have any high expectations for this right now. I think they've got enough liquidity and they're still off reg show that they don't really need to worry about covering. But it is getting close to the levels it saw back here at its like $5 low. So once we see liquidity move down kind of into this range, that's going to be a much better time to go long. It's taken a really long time to go down. Like, I would have expected this to move much more quickly like it has in the past.
It's just not doing that. It's taking a really long time, and this is probably because indexes are running, but this is part of the underlying, and it's heavily short, so that creates a lot of contention between the two sides of that trade. And if the index, like ETFs that it's in, are kind of inundated with bullish positioning, it dries up the liquidity and makes it harder to short the underlying. And so, by the time this gets back to the liquidity level that it was at, back here at its low, um, the price may in fact be much higher. We got SPX, broke up. I expected a breakup today, and then just traded fucking flat. It's probably gonna continue more of that tomorrow, maybe slightly up. There's a little bit more out of the money interest, but our close relative to that out of the money interest was quite low. And then if we slip back under that trend line you see right there to the downside, things start to get a little bit more bearish, but they're really not very bearish until we get back under like 4,800. Under 48, well, even 48.18. Under 48.18, you've sort of confirmed a reversal um, on last week, and below 47.10, I think 47. It's like 47.15. Would then confirm that reversal into the next week, into the end of Jan. So we'd still have to move down quite a lot to ensure that any of this was bearish, but I expect gamma max, like the gamma neutrals, to continue to move up. Those are going to get closer to spot, and then we have Vega neutral here to the upside, which means that without any liquidity and any buyers, any short puts sold to synthetic long the underlying are going to have a negative impact on price because they're going to push the longer and longer Vega the more puts they sell in this range. And so today we didn't actually see a lot of vol shorting, and I'm pretty sure that cash VIX closed up close down at the end of the day. It was up for most of the day. But very light volatility shorting compared to what we're used to seeing, where we see it, especially on a big run, where we usually see it move down like 5-6%. Definitely not as much impact. And so it may be that with reduced pressure on short vol, that we get a little bit better shot at seeing that downside, but we're definitely not enough positioning built up yet to indicate any direction. And hopefully with tonight's options data, I'll get a slightly better idea. Yields started to turn up at the end of the day, but they were down for most of the day. Dollar coming back up, moving to retest that 103.50 level. If dollar breaks 103.50, especially on Bank of Japan news tonight, we may start to see banks lean into the carry trade harder into the next couple of weeks, and that's going to tighten financial conditions. So the more they lean into that trade, the further down they're going to push yen, the more dollar is going to push up. That's going to help lift that top end of the yield curve up, which is going to drive that volatility demand. Core 1 month down and 3 month down quite a lot today. Some of this move, Thursday, Friday, but still moving down today. Retesting our prior low from Jan 10th before we kind of had that week of downside. But we're not back at our low from like July yet. So still looks like that may reverse before it reaches that, but it may not. Nothing really interesting here. Vol and yields didn't move much today. Skews continuing to push up. It's now at 23.02. So after I believe it's 15%, or 15 on skew. After that point, the probability or no, sorry, I'm 130 on skew. The probability for like a 2 or 3 sigma move starts to increase. And so the probability of a very large move is increasing, and there's not a lot of tail risk hedging, or at least tail risk hedging is becoming very cheap very quickly. I don't think those matter. Let's see, we see volatility slide down now, negative 44.84% correlation. That just keeps increasing each day, which is probably notable. All right, that's about it. Thank you guys so much for tuning in. Hit me up on the Discord if you have any questions. I should be around most of tonight. And I will see you guys bright and early tomorrow. Later, everyone.